What a kickoff.
Yeah!
Nah, you're too early and missed it.
Dang. Dang it, Daniel.
That would have been.
Dang.
I don't know. I feel like
hilarious.
that would have been a good intro.
Yeah, would have been hilarious.
I feel like
Let's get
is
started.
that an appropriate volume for everybody? I'm trying to gauge the loudness for all future tracks. Yes?
That's fine by me.
Cool. All right. Do we have any volunteers from our party of 3 to give a recap on previous events for the newcomers? Something that
I'll recap.
covers some decent events, that doesn't go too long into a rant, just to get everybody up to speed? If not, I'll do it myself.
I'll take the reins.
There's a point of inspiration in it for you if you do it good.
All right. So last we left off, the remaining members of Cartographer Patrol 26 had come to meet the Icon of Veneration, this figure that has so eluded them for a brief amount of time, saying that they had come there due to a surge of cosmic energy, which, to the chagrin of many, well, to the few that were there, it seemed kind of fishy, but they went along with it. The Icon then insisted on exploring the rest of the cavern, handing out necessary heal potions to everybody. However, while she was basically slaying the remaining crystal husks of the people that remained here, the patrol ran into a magic mirror that basically created a doppelganger of Garrock. They came in contact with an entity that was basically in a jar, sealed with iron on top, and made a psychic link with Rin to tell them that they are responsible for all the knowledge that this entity contains if they find a way to release them. However, the Icon stopped them in their tracks, saying that any sort of psychic connection with any one particular person is signs that they are an entity, not where that is an entity that is meant to be destroyed. The patrol tried to stop her, but they realized they were way out of their league. While she went to destroy the jar, the patrol ran into a water elemental, which, while they were successful, knocked Rin unconscious again, at which point they decided they wanted to leave, and with the, well, not really hurling insults, but I'm not sure what the word would be, but she sort of scolded us for not being what she thought we would be. So they decided to leave the cave, and they found an alcove that allowed Rin to actually regain consciousness and be able to gain some fresh water that was needed due to the auric water that she was exposed to before. There was intent to work on putting the Shield Guardian together, but before, Rin offered a very sincere apology to Dagny and basically told her life story about why she was missing limbs and what happened to her home. At which point they started working together and made great progress on the Shield Guardian, while also forming a bit of an alliance with Baromir, the Dark Elf that they had met before. In their watches, they saw a entity being coming out of a crater by a cloud that seemed to be filled with lightning. Rin had another vision while staring at the pillar during their watch. And all this was relayed to everyone upon their waking up and finishing repairing the Shield Guardian. At At which point they decided to move forward, exploring the where the crater was before, which showed it to be somewhat of an electrical anomaly that seemed to affect the creatures around it. Mainly two mammoths that were basically fighting each other, and a heightened version of the nerve elementals that the group had previously fought against. And knowing the danger, they decided to head towards the pillar, where on their journey they saw that not only was the grass becoming more brown and dank, it very gradually faded into the Badlands where this pillar resided. And though Rin was basically flabbergasted by the sight of this thing in person, the group decided to move forward. That's where we
Excellently
find-
done.
Additionally,
If you don't-
just to make sure it's not left out, we interrogated Garrock, essentially, about his god and connection there within, receiving
Yes.
some satisfactory answers.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead and give yourself inspiration, Amazon, if you don't already have it.
Thank
Concisely done. And that would bring us to the present moment where the sun is high above your heads. It appears to be midday, or rather into early afternoon, as you are in the heart of this barren valley, devoid of plant life, with sand flowing in high winds, as there is an arid environment in this vein that is channeling directly towards this giant pillar. And with having Rin recovered from his brief moment of being awestruck, the remnants of Patrol 26 would coalesce and would begin the trek directly forward towards the pillar. And in the presence of this newly created Shield Guardian, despite it having some pretty rough around the edges armor, you can't help but feel a little bit more secure, as this thing would, with each thunderous step, be very announcing of its presence. You get a good feeling of power behind this thing, and you especially, Dagny, having this amulet around your neck, you feel this bond with it, knowing that it will take damage for you in its place and will protect you to the best of its ability, as well as obeying your commands. Definitely gives you the well-needed confidence that you needed out here in no man's land.
Yes.
And every step that the party would take, there is almost a puff of dryness that comes out of the cracked earth. It's as if all moisture was sucked dry to who knows where. And in its place was just a sense of lifelessness in the surrounding environment. And everyone is, I'm assuming, just continuing a straight shot towards the pillar. All parties concerned may roll perception.
Yeah.
God, I hope there's not stairs inside there.
Doing the same old helping seeker.
Ooh. Very nice. Perception, perception, perception. You would send Seeker up high to have a vantage point, as you usually do, given it is ample at spotting threats high above. And up it would go. And it would have these sweeping motions as it would survey the landscape, with you occasionally tuning into its line of sight to see whatever it can see. And as you look through the lens of Seeker, it's abundantly clear. You can almost see the pattern that this trail of Badlands follows. It almost looks like veins through the earth. But unlike veins that carry lifeblood, this seems to suck it out of anything that happens to be caught within it. Very peculiar. And of course,
I assume all roads lead to Rome, with the veins to the tower.
that's correct. They would coalesce into a singular giant channel that would lead straight towards the pillar. continuing forward, it would be about an hour's travel as this wind-swept sand would get in everyone's faces, and not being used to this very different environment from the immediate surrounding area, it's definitely bogging down on your ability to keep two open eyes, as getting particles of sand in your eyes is not good. As for
Relate.
As for Seeker and Rin by extension, there would be the occasional tink of bits of sand against your visors, as you are unaffected completely. And Rin, as you're continuing forward, you do feel a bit of a strange sensation in the water inside of your suit. You felt this before, but as you continue towards this giant land structure, you kind of feel a little bit stronger and stronger, where almost as if there is a secondary source of gravity, particularly on the water inside of your suit. It's like it's being pulled very lightly towards the pillar. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'll I'll speak up to the group as we're traveling. Evidence suggests that this pillar is the source of this dehydration, as it were. Additionally, I believe it would be beneficial for us to employ the use of one of the scrolls we were given. This legend lore.
If you're certain.
Well, I'd say we should at least be able to get in there before we go and use it.
I don't believe direct contact is needed for this scroll.
No, but isn't that scroll more useful the more you already know?
Is it, P-Man?
It
Yeah,
is.
he's got a point. Yeah, let me go ahead and see if I can quickly get Legend Lore up. I wonder if I can ping it directly from a compendium.
Certainly try.
Let me see here.
We get a look at a new feature. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it does, like, being closer and knowing more about it.
This oh, it's currently locked. All right, I'll just read it off. It's fine. So, as per the Legend Lore spell, you name or describe a person, place, or object. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named. The lore might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. If the thing you named isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. The more information you already have about the thing, the more precise
There
and
it is.
detailed the information you receive is. So yes, that does play a role. And you would know that having been handed and given a briefing on how to use this scroll, so you are aware of that fact.
Very well then, we'll learn more about this pillar before using it.
Right.
Additionally, I trust that the both of you realize this. However, it would ease my concern if I were to have your word. In regards to my current state, do not speak of it. Ever.
Current state? What do you mean?
They mean about the missing limbs and general being under the suit.
Unless they forcibly remove you from that suit, I don't really see why it's any of their concern.
Why would you bring that up now as well? It's not like we have anyone to tell it to.
Well, as we have realized back at that temple bunker of sorts, we may run into others out here. This is more so a precaution to inform you to not speak of it.
Only on the condition that you don't go spilling my secrets either, then.
That is agreeable.
Then
I
we
said it
have no
before and
issue.
I'll say it again. It's not my secret to tell.
I've been going to be very surprised if we encounter anyone in this tower anyway. It looks like it's been abandoned for eons.
Or at least the areas around it.
At least at the last place there was water.
Well, I mean, the only way to find out more is to go to it, so let's keep moving.
And forward you would continue. It almost seems like being in this particular channel is an area that local wildlife seems to avoid. There is the occasional bird flock that flies overhead, but it seems more so as if they're heading from point A to point B, and this channel just happens to be as a part of their trajectory. It seems as though anything above, like the cracks in the earth, the rocks, even in parts of the shade, the small critters are used to spotting passively, are not present here.
Interesting.
Makes sense.
If I were a wild animal, I wouldn't want to live here either.
I mean, there are very few animals that can live in extremes such as this.
But this is a layered extreme as well.
True.
Like, out of curiosity, is there even like any bugs or anything like spiders or scorpions, things like you would expect to see in a land like this?
Going off of your perception check and taking a good look around as you walk for this hour-long trek, you would spot none of the above. Well, nothing living at least. You would keep going with the perception check of 16. Then eventually you would veer off. There's a couple of rocks and crags to avoid, and you would kick up a rock as you're walking, being the rather large individual you are. And you do see that underneath the rock there was in fact a small beetle, although it appears to be long dead, as it is on its back, dried up, and appears to be nothing more than a husk of what it once was. You feel like if you were to even breathe on it, it would fall apart into dust.
Even something that did used to live here is a corpse. How lovely.
And with those thoughts in mind, everyone continues forth as that hour would come to pass. And with Seeker high in the air, keeping sentry as you would close the distance towards this enormous structure, Seeker would suddenly and very alarmingly ping Rin's mind as it spots something rather curious. And you would look through, and you would see dead ahead, off towards your left, a short ways away, not necessarily in your direct path, but on the way there, there's a few sudden, bright white flashes, seemingly in the middle of the air, maybe 50 or so feet above the ground, with no discernible point of origin. A series of flashes, almost like localized thunder, lightning. There's no sound accompanying it. Just strange, repeated flashing at an erratic interval.
I'll naturally relay that to the party. And I'll send Seeker to get a closer look at that.
You would send Seeker closer, and this weird flashing of light in the middle of just the empty air would intensify as it closes the gap. And as it gets closer, you would see there are additional effects accompanying this strange phenomenon. It seems as though that there is this visual distortion that is growing in the middle of this airspace, as if light is being bent around almost like a crack in the air. And it would intensify as it looks like some discharge of aura begins spilling out of it as well. And curiously, it's in motion. It's moving at a significant rate. And as it does this, it's harder for Seeker to keep up with it. And it only continues to intensify greater and greater.
What direction is it heading off to?
It's heading towards the direction of the pillar, but a little bit more off towards your left. So a bit more northbound. It's a bit of an offshoot. And as you continue this, you would, through Seeker, observe the ground. And it looks like the sand directly beneath this phenomenon is parting, as though there is significant wind or an unseen force that is forcibly moving it out of the way. And this would continue even further, and these flashes would intensify. And eventually, it would reach its maximum point. As there's an eruption from this crack in the middle of the sky, and this discharge of aura would emanate throughout the valley. You can see a shockwave rapidly coming towards the party, and at the epicenter of this, you can see that there is a strange object that descends to the sands, almost like a rock hurtling towards the earth that would impact the sand and make a tremendous impact as sand is kicked up, and this auric discharge would fill the air, and you can't see anything further as the aura is reflecting through the particles of sand in the air, and it's becoming very difficult to see. And this wave would wash over each and all of you, and you'd have something of a shudder, but seemingly nothing happens. It would wash over the local rocks and spires, but they don't react.
The sound of it, is that similar to what I heard at the crater I saw the other night?
This is different.
Okay. Well, she's definitely going to remark on that. What was that?
It would
The
appear
land being
something
angry.
from this anomaly impacted the land. It might be worth investigating.
I mean, it's on the way. We might have to look at it and see.
Is it like a jutting outcropping of rock, like it's shown in the image here, that I could climb on real quick?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I want to like try and step up one of those and then use the spyglass, and after the dust has settled a bit, see if I can see whatever it was that even impacted.
Yeah, I'll point off in the direction that Seeker saw that.
Like
Okay.
using the spyglass.
Yeah. You would do so. And it takes a good couple of minutes for all of the upkicked earth and sand to eventually fall back down to the ground. The aura would slowly expand outwards and dissipate, almost as if whatever just landed there was discharging a tremendous amount of energy, and this was just the burning ember runoff. And as it begins to clear, going off your previous perception, you would see there is a new, strange structure. It almost looks like a piece of a structure is embedded in the sand. And it's rather curious because the way the sun's hitting it, there's no mistaking it with its iridescent shine. It's definitely made of heliostone. You've never seen a piece of heliostone like this before. I mean, this structure, at least the piece of it that you see here, is at least 20 to 30 feet in length. It almost looks like a piece of a circle.
Would it seem like something that would fit into the building that we're going to, or does it seem different?
Hard to say at a moment's glance, but given that both are made of heliostone, it's not unreasonable to assume that one may have a connection to the other. And you would see there are some scattered bits among the sand as well. Strange rocks that have moss in them and curious remaining pieces of what looks like plant life along with it. That looks like it was attached to it.
So, I have a riddle for you two.
Well, ask away.
How does a supposedly indestructible material containing plant life end up in a place bereft of it entirely? Broken up at that.
Well, The working theory I have, given these veins in the landscape and that spire acting as a center point, I imagine that piece of Helios stone contains the hydration, plant life, things of local flora and the like.
Maybe. Well, it contains green and has a bunch of other stuff that come off of it, so maybe there's some things that we can pick up along the way.
Yeah.
I shall send Seeker ahead to ensure the area is safe.
And that you would. Seeker, now having a better view of things, would approach this strange piece of Heliostone. And as you get closer, you would see that there are some... It almost looks like some standing stones of sorts that are embedded in this... It's like a piece of a disc. And it's not broken off like you would break off a piece of stone in two. It seems to have segmentations where this would have been piece of a larger circle and it came apart in some architecturally intended manner. And you would see there's little bits of other rocks that don't necessarily match the local landscape. They have almost a teal tint to them. There's small evidence of moss and some leaves as if small plants were growing out of it. And continuing off of your good perception check, after surveying this for a while among the rubble, you would see something curious among the stone that's surrounding this strange piece. A tiny pair of legs embedded in the sand.
Okay. There appears to be a person embedded in the sand. Or
What?
at least I think so.
Dagny starts running.
Off you
Well-
go.
Dagny rushes in.
I guess caution's being thrown to the wind, okay.
Yeah, I guess follow after Dagny. I'm gonna have Seeker go ahead and investigate the legs.
Turns out it's just legs. The rest of the body got blown away.
Yeah, I'm basically gonna start running over to where Seeker is, basically seeing this thing.
Congratulations,
Seeker-
you've acquired 2 boots.
Seeker would inspect this pair of legs closer up, and there is some subtle movement going on among this pair of legs. It seems like whoever this is quite out of it. And continuing your investigation, you would see that not too far off there is another pair of legs, larger, about the size of your average adult, that is about 30 feet off, in the nearby dune. And to those concerns, you are only just coming out of being unconscious, having gone through an extreme ordeal. And you got a mouthful of sand.
Yeah, Dagny's rushing over to the first set of legs they saw, especially the one that Seeker sees, the first one that Seeker saw.
You would close the distance, and sure enough, there's a small pair of green-skinned legs that are residing among the dune. They don't really seem to be harmed, but, I mean, they're half buried in the sand. You probably can't breathe too good like this.
Gods, that woman is fast when she wants to be. Slow down!
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect to do well at this, but I'm gonna attempt to try and pull the legs out of the sand.
Easily done, as they're not entirely unconscious, but they're limp enough to where you can do this, and it is just sand. So you would pull them out, revealing the full body of this small humanoid, and you would see them.
Oh!
Oh my god. I'm dead. I'm dead, aren't I?
No, you're
is
not.
this hell?
No, you're not dead. Are you all right?
Well, who are you? Wait, where am I?
Well, you're in part of the Badlands, and I will set the creature upright on their feet on the ground.
You would do so,
God.
shaking a bit of the sand off, and you would notice there's a familiar sigil among their clothing, the mark of a cartographer.
Oh God,
Another
so damn right.
cartographer.
Oh, they're saying it in my ear. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. I'll use prestidigitation to try and remove the sand off the person.
I assume me and Garrock arrive around this point.
You would
Yeah.
close the distance, everyone is present.
Wow, you are ugly.
Karok, behave
I
yourself.
apologize.
No, I get it. You're pretty ugly to me too.
Thanks,
I'm
buddy.
just gonna say that. Like, wait, who are you and what the hell is that? And he points to the guy in the literal tank suit.
That is our shield guardian, and we are Cartographer Patrol 26. As I flash my cartographer sigil.
Wait, do you mean
What?
the big thing that's like an automaton, or like the one that's normal sized but also looks like an automaton?
Either or, really. He's just pointing in that general direction.
That one's an elaborate puppet. That one's an asshole.
Well, okay then. Well, he pulls out his little sigil. He's like, well, my name's Cobweb. Strangers. I'm a member of the 35th. What is it?
Cartographer
Okay.
patrol.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I'm a member of the 35th Cartographer Patrol. I was sent out, to do what it is we do. I don't know how I ended up here, though. That's my main question.
Well, I can't really answer that for you, but I do have a question for you then. Just pointing to the other set of legs not too far away. Is that one part of your patrol too?
Could be.
Alright, let's go and dig him up as well.
Uh,
And I'm just
I
gonna
do
walk over.
well, yeah, I will say to Cobweb, I do apologize for my big friend. I am Dagny Silverhide. The person in the suit here is Rin, and the one who's going to help your possible friend is Garak. We are part of Cartographer Patrol 26.
Oh, you're from Highshire.
Yes.
Oh, this is great. I'm saved. Oh my God. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we just happened to we just saw this pillar in the distance and thought to investigate, and we came across you.
Well, I sure am glad you did. Otherwise, I'd be choking on sand still.
I suppose so. I mean,
You guys aren't planning on sticking around, right? Cause I kind of gotta find my buddies.
I mean, we could help you find them.
Yeah, okay. You guys can stick around, I guess.
Okay.
Right, alright, you. Let's see how far you are buried in here. Huh?
With a single grab of a white furred leg, you would grab and pull, and for the party concerned, you go from being somewhat out of it, not being able to breathe too well, to the blinding whiteness of daylight, and a very large silhouette of a man looking down upon you. And to everyone else, you would see the second party concerned.
Kind of holding him up by a leg. I
Oh
found
my
a cat.
Oh,
That's
Vishanti
sexy.
does not like this at
Would you
all.
like- would
Set
you
them on
like
his,
me to-
set them on their feet, Garak, and I will approach and start using prestidigitation to remove as much sand as possible.
Okay. And then they'll just kind of
Oh,
put you down.
Hey, Vay, of all the guys I could have grabbed onto. I mean, hey, you survived. Let's go.
Oh, so you do know each other.
Vishanti is displeased to hear that voice.
Right back at you, buddy. Yeah, he's
I-
kidding. He loves me.
I guess I take it you
Ugh.
two are not on as friendly terms as you would like.
You see Vishanti just rubbing his eyes, like trying to get the sand out.
Yeah, I'll use prestidigitation to try and remove as much sand as possible.
Easily
There we
done.
are. There we are.
Vishanti is pleased to. This one does not know where this. This one does not know.
I'm
So
afraid
y-
this one has some kind of brain damage.
Oh,
Speaking in the third person.
Rin, be
Vishanti is
kind.
insulted.
I
This
do
one speaks
apologize
like an
for Rin.
ancient people.
I don't know.
I'm
I
s-
think it's kind of charming.
Nevertheless, so the two of you have not just arrived here. Is that what I'm getting?
This one agrees.
Okay.
We used to be elsewhere.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know where the hell we are at this point.
I mean, do you remember the last place you were?
Tabaxi remembers grass. Big stone, similar to this one. Perhaps.
Well, that would certainly explain the grass and the stone.
It was supposed
Glad
to
we
be
did
just
that.
a basic exploratory mission, but then we touched this crazy rock over here and got sent into the Immaterium.
Wait,
Oh
so
my
Team
god,
Us.
I feel hungover. Jeez.
Team of us, 2 days in travel.
I mean, how many of you were there?
Team 35 was consistent of 5 people.
Was it just the two of you that touched the stone, or?
Vishanti shakes his head.
Right. Then, by process of elimination, if the two of you were touched the stone and were landed right around here, then your other friends might be around here as well. So I suggest we try and spread out and see if we can find other sets of legs buried in the sand.
Well,
Tabaxi remembers. Oh, sorry if I interrupted you.
oh no, it's
You're good.
Tabaxi remembers lands, oceans, desert, mountains.
The
As far as
Chromatic
the eye
Mountains?
could not see.
Do you
we were
speak of the
ripped
Chromatic
apart.
Mountains?
He just shrugs his shoulders.
well. The first two of those things aren't anywhere near here, so
No, we're basically inside the land of Helios right now. Well,
Vishanti believes they are far, far away from us.
nevertheless, I suggest we just do a quick look around to see if we see anybody else.
From their account, this slab of heliostone has some sort of teleportation properties.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and examine the newly created Heliostone.
Okay. Roll
Same.
investigation. I suppose you can help, so you could roll with advantage, Dagny. Or either or, doesn't really matter who's alright, there you go. You can roll again if you want. There you go.
25.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Nice.
You can still see the auric discharge from this stone. It's like a smoking gun almost. And you would take a closer look, and you can see that this is definitely the outer edge to a greater circle. And you would imagine if you were to try to piece together the entirety of this circle, it would probably be very large in its total diameter. You imagine maybe at least 100 feet. There's a piece of a standing stone that's among the outer edge as well, and it has this twisting complexion to it. It, like much of the other wonders you've visited so far, have these curious shapes to them that really blur the line between natural stone and man-made architecture. It's a bit mesmerizing. You would look closer at various depressions inside of the rim of this piece, and they do form something of a pattern. With just a piece, it's hard to make much sense of it, but they all follow the same sort of make. And just from these clues that you can get here, it's almost as if this was a piece of a large Helios natural teleportation circle.
Are these inscriptions runic or any discernible language?
So you would already have the chance to examine the full circle before all of this happened, and although your head's still a bit scrambled, these runes are unlike anything you've seen before, if you can even call them runes. It's more like if you imagine a bunch of laid out bricks. Some bricks are curiously taken out of the inlaid pattern to form rough 90-degree-esque shapes. Whether or not that's a true rune or not is hard to tell because this is so unlike anything you've seen before from the runes that you have studied in your time. It's quite perplexing, but the similarities to actual runes are there.
Are these runes similar to the runes we saw in the broken down bastion with the circle of chain lightning? Are those runes similar to that?
No, you would know that the chain lightning runes that were created back in the underground stronghold were 100% made by man, or at least some civilization, as they had. I believe they were elfish and draconic, as they had traces from those lineages. This is unlike anything humanoid.
So
You said your team was on a simple reconnaissance mission, correct?
That's about right.
Where exactly did you discover this anomaly?
That's a good question. I wasn't really paying much attention. I'm not exactly the navigator of our group.
Vishanti chuckles.
Oh, yeah, okay, that was funny, Alright. Anyway, I still can't make heads or tails of this. And I've got something of an eye for languages. Written, at least.
really?
Yeah.
Well, magic tends to be that weird.
Vishanti is just happy that little Knife Ears is still alive.
Well,
But
and good.
this one does remember. East, 2 days travel. And then,
From Highshire.
yes,
Which
Well,
direction?
we found a
Did we
clearing.
set out from
This one
originally?
is still in pain in the head, but hopefully will recover quickly.
Either the rest of your team is scattered in the immediate area, or they have been teleported elsewhere.
Well, from the looks of this, it looks like this was part of a larger teleportation circle, from what I could tell.
Well, one of two things has happened, and I don't think it's the first one because I can't see anyone else here. It looks like the teleportation circle broke when it was used, so chances are they were teleported somewhere really far away and we could possibly hear the same thing happening, so they wouldn't hear. All the teleportation circle's broken and they're just kind of sat there wondering what the fuck happened to you two.
I don't believe broken is the correct word for this situation. It seems to be intentionally segmented.
Yeah.
Given how much foliage and all of that stuff is around here, I don't know. It doesn't look like they would intentionally break a building using it once.
No.
I imagine the other pieces are scattered elsewhere.
Yeah, at this point they could pretty much be anywhere. I grabbed onto oh, my bad, sorry.
You're good.
By the way, I fucking love your goblin voice.
Thank
Same.
you.
It's top notch.
It's
Dude, I've been honing
fantastic.
this shit for 5 years. It kills my throat, but I love it. Anyway,
Yeah.
It's 10 out of 10.
After I grabbed onto Vishanti, I saw the rest of our squad be sucked up into oblivion. Hell, they could have been teleported a mile deep underground. I have no clue. I hope not. That Borkon fellow was a real good guy. We actually go way back. You know what? I'm boring. Anyway,
Well, to have a bit of hope anyway, if you can't prove that they're dead, at least believe they're alive.
B-Man, by the way, during the midst of the conversation, once we learned that the other teammates might be here, I've already sent Seeker off to scour the nearby area for any other people.
All right, have it roll perception again as it makes its rounds.
So, well, seeing as you two are the only ones seemingly here right now, and I doubt you'll want to go by yourselves, we're planning on going into, and he points to the tower that rises right up into the sky. There.
you mean the big scary building?
Well, as opposed to everything else around here, this actually seems fairly pleasant so far.
So
You know what? I guess you got a point there. Yeah, I guess I'll stick around. Why not? You guys look like you could use a big guy.
Right.
Sure.
And Cobweb is the biggest around.
You sure are, buddy.
See, this guy gets it. He knows.
Nonetheless, I imagine once the rest of your team has recovered and ascertained their locations, they would return to Highshire at the earliest convenience. And after our excursion here is finished, we will be heading back.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Sure, let's make it quick. Why not? I came out here to find some knowledge, and goddammit, I'm gonna find some.
Okay.
Yeah, try not to be too eager to find some. We've had some
Vishanti,
trouble
are you
with
of the same mind?
Vishanti does not have anywhere else to go at this time, so if the group will allow this one to join, he'd be very appreciative.
Yeah, we could certainly watch over you till you find the rest of your patrol, at least.
I did want to ask, are they injured?
Amazingly, looking at them, they, minus being a little ruffled up from their impact in the sand, they seem pretty unharmed.
Other than the cat with brain damage.
Yeah, I mean, in what you do know about this kind of magic, it's ill understood. Teleportation circles aren't used a heck of a lot inside of Highshire. And typically when they go wrong, people get mangled. And yet, it's hard to tell if something even technically went wrong here, but even as rough as a landing as this was, the auric discharge, the whole situation, it just seemed as if they were mostly fine. This is perhaps a lot more sophisticated in nature than your average arcane creation.
On that note, then, because you said like the breakage was like 20-foot, 30-foot thing, right?
Yeah, from
Of a
tip to
building.
tip.
Could I just have like a quick look around to see if like any items came with whatever was with this building and these people?
Sure, roll investigation as you search the impact site.
Yeah, I'll be jotting down some notes on this anomaly while everyone readies themselves to get moving in a bit.
Nice.
And a lot of guidance.
Ooh. DM,
Yes.
with this teleportation thingamabobber, can I make a tool check for painter's tools to paint it, to paint a description of it?
You're looking to paint the heliostone?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, you can go ahead and do that.
I don't know if I have that set up already or not. I assume not.
I mean, it should be in your inventory. You just click on it.
If it isn't, you can always roll a d20 and just use whatever ability score modifier it would relate to. Imagine painter's tools might be Dex.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, it's up to you, whatever you like. The fun
Well,
thing
if
about
it's
tools,
Dex, I'm fine.
whatever.
I'm fine with that. If it's Dex, all right. That I'm okay on.
Yeah, given that ties more into sleight of hand than anything else.
Well, it's stick figures.
Damn.
You're still a bit scrambled from your experience, so it's hard to keep your hand steady, but it's at least presentable as you're doing your paint job on this.
Brain
And
is
as
scrambled
for Garrock,
Hello.
looking around the local area, you would try to check out things in further detail. And it looks like they had their things ruffled a little bit throughout the sand when they impacted, but it seems as though they were able to mostly collect themselves. As for anything else that came along with this piece of heliostone, you would look around and you would see more scattered pieces of rock that, again, doesn't really seem to be from around here, from an odd teal hue and the moss that's growing on it. And as you continue this search, you would catch it. You would see that this moss is actively withering in front of you. You would see that the moisture within is seemingly beating up at the edges of the moss and would release themselves, defying gravity, and these tiny little beads of water would float, following the flow of the channel that you've been traveling towards the pillar.
Hmm.
Hey, I just hit my head, so I know that I'm not exactly the most reliable source at the moment, but everyone's seeing this shit, right?
So,
This one is.
yeah, definitely.
Yes.
That's a bit weird.
I mean,
Well,
we've kind of caught on.
Mostly just because it's going to probably be useful to have. There's two things I want to try and find, and that's a chunk of heliostone that I could actually just take back with me, and maybe pick up one of these plants before it rots away entirely.
Okay. The plant is easily taken. You have like a half-withered weed that was rooted alongside one of the rocks, and you're able to take that up. And I assuming you're bagging it, trying to preserve it.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. You would do so, and you would bag it away. You do see as you put it into your bag the beating of water as it seems to get sucked out of this plant. It's still attempting to happen, but while inside the bag, if anything, at least the moisture won't leave it. So you put that away and hope for the best. And you would be very thorough as to inspect the rest of the impact site, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like any heliostone chipped off of the bigger piece. Despite being just a segment of a larger piece, it doesn't look like the impact actually broke any of it, sadly.
Shame.
Yeah.
Well, to the place that's literally stealing all the water.
Has a seeker found anything?
Seeker would make its rounds with its perception check. It would go high up, particularly looking for any impact marks that may signify nearby pieces of this wonder from which your two newfound friends came from. And regrettably, Seeker would turn up empty.
This one's fierce. I don't know if I know that information already.
It would appear that the remaining members of your team did not join you.
This one's fears has been realized. And perhaps luck will find them home.
Well, if you guys landed here, you all teleported, chances are they're just somewhere else.
Yeah, I sure hope so. Cause if another team dies under my watch, I'm gonna be in deep shit.
This is not your first patrol you've been a part of.
Don't worry about it. I don't believe in omens. Anyway.
Welcome to the club, then. Alright, to the building, I guess. Let's go.
Hard to get a good read on this guy, and you do have to take into account that they just were whiplashed through an anomalous event that nobody has any understanding in, so better take his word for it, I guess.
For now. Basically start walking forward with the shield guardian behind me.
You would do so.
Well, now that's a piece of machinery right there. Where'd you get your hands on this thing?
Well, we found the parts in a cave. We managed to put it together before we journeyed towards this area.
You found it? Oh, you lucky dog.
And he's gonna start poking at the little pieces.
You would take your fingers and give it a couple of solid pokes, and you would immediately notice that it doesn't have that gilded, mastercrafted steel and wooden woven plates. It is kind of a rough scrap job to create the plates to protect this. So you imagine, yeah, they're probably learning still, so you got to give them some credit. But still, they got this thing working. You've seen these stomping throughout Highshire's interior walls, and you'll occasionally come across a part or two on the black market. But to have a full intact one like this is definitely lucky, without a doubt.
I'll be damned. This thing'll fetch a pretty price. Oh, I don't suppose you'd be willing to sell it.
Not for all the gold in all the world.
Oh, man.
You're choosing a very poor time to ask that, considering we're here.
Well, fair enough.
Don't get any bright ideas.
Hey, I've never had a bright idea in my life. Anyway,
Could I check it for a sort of serial number?
You look. I'm sorry, what were you looking for?
Is there any sort of serial number or any sort of writing at all that might explain why it was where it was when they found it?
Roll investigation as you're eyeing this with the party collecting themselves. Oh, do you know how to do that?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, on your sheet over towards the left, there's all of the different abilities. You just literally click on investigation, and it should roll a d20 for you.
Be sure to click on the word, not the.
There you go. An almighty 3.
Hey.
There's some dust and grime that's covering this, given it's been trekking through the high sands, so it's hard to get a read, especially with the rough patch job done as far as the armor's concerned, so you're not really able to discern too much just by a glance.
It belongs to the Dust Clan.
no serial number. This thing could really use a hose down, by the way.
Well, again, this thing was built on the fly. I expect us to do a little bit more work on it when we get back to Highshire.
Believe it or not, things get sandy in the desert.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Believe me, I know. Yeah.
So, how far away is this tower now? Where we are?
It's pretty close. It's actually looming overhead from this distance. You imagine it's no more than maybe a 30-minute trek to get to the base.
We're so close to, being in, the shadow bit of the tower, so we don't have to be in the sun all day.
The sun, by now, for those who have been traveling in it, it is beginning to feel a bit harsh. And given the extremely arid nature of this vein, it's a bit more taxing than in previous environments. You would see there is a long shadow cast by this monolithic structure. And if you slightly deviate left-bound, you'll be able to take advantage.
Well, I'm not a fan of cooking in the sun, so let's say we walk to the shady bit and then continue.
This one agrees with the
large lad.
The
I suppose
absolute unit.
one thing I should be doing for the two newcomers, getting a good look at Rin as he got a good look at you. You would see him in his entirety with this strange, it almost looks like a diving suit of sorts that has tanks and appendages and various artifice-centric pieces that are integrated into the design. They're metal and a form of leather alike. Dagny is a bit more soft in her complexion, with this golden hair, hazel brown eyes, and a simple dress with Dagny, you have a pack, right? Like tools on a belt, or am I mistaken?
Well, I would have a backpack, yeah.
Yeah. She seems a bit more prim and proper compared to the rough other ones. And as for Garak, where you get a good look at him, or rather up at him, you would see he is a large fellow, wearing a rather gaunt mask, pale skin, and has the trappings and tool sets of that of a smith.
Oh my god, he's almost as big as me. That's insane.
Well, you know, big spirit means I walk taller and all that bullshit.
Yeah. I totally subscribe to that shit. You, Tank Man. I've never really seen tech like that. Could you mind if I take a closer look?
I wouldn't mind very much. To satisfy
Okay.
your curiosity, it is my own design.
Yeah, it's gonna drive me crazy if you don't.
That
Okay.
sounds like a problem of a personal nature, then.
Yeah, you would get a good look at this. And Rin, did you want to describe your bits and bobs in greater detail?
No, I believe you did a fair
Nope.
job.
All right. Yeah, it's hard to really get a good idea just at a glance because this is definitely a one-of-a-kind contraption. Definitely homemade. And a bit curious, it has some features on it that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to you. It's watertight, as if ready to go diving, but it's a bit weird. Looking at that visor, you swear you can see the sloshing around of water on the interior. Kind of a backwards design.
Oh, it's got all the trimmings of some sort of hazmat suit. Where'd you pick this thing up?
Also, I think it'd be fair to say that it's been roughed up a bit.
Oh, yes, there is clear signs of this thing being shredded to bits and mended back all over again. It's certainly seen its wear and tear.
As I said, it's my own design, constructed by my own hands.
Oh, you're one of those smart guys, eh? Oh, well, this is great. Oh, I'll be the muscle, and you tell me what to punch, and that's how we'll do it. Yeah,
Well,
okay.
Seeing as we're walking to the shade anyway, and this is a fun conversation topic at the very least, what is it that you two do?
I'm holding back every fiber of my being not to say your mom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's ingrained in my DNA.
said it
dude.
without
I'm
saying it.
Yeah, you've
sorry.
already let that one fly, you know, so you might as well add the voice.
Your mom. Anyway.
You know, I half expected you to just go full muscle man at that point, you know?
Come on, muscle man.
Utter your mom, and an unseen crowd goes, "Whoa!"
Oh!
Gummy would look over and as you ask that, he'd say,
What do? I do my fucking job. I'm the muscle. Isn't it obvious? I'm kind of a dynamo over here.
Well,
Yes, it's very plain to see.
Yeah, I know, right?
But I was more just curious how you use that muscle, I guess.
Hmm?
Like a
Oh,
punch things?
oh,
Do you stab
you.
things?
Yeah.
okay, so he shows him his little wrists, and beneath the bandages there are little runes carved into his the backs of his palms.
Well, no, ain't that weird.
Yeah, but they're not just pretty. Check this out. Hold on.
Okay, that's gonna be good.
Here, throw something at me. I don't know, just anything.
Uh,
Just throw something at me.
He just kind of takes out one of his smithing hammers and just, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball sort of shtick.
Yeah.
Yup.
And does he chuck it at him?
Oh yeah, like
Oh, yeah.
I'll just do as you ask, and I'll just throw it right at you. Sure.
It would come careening at you.
Like he's a strong lad. It comes with some force too.
Immediately afterwards, he holds out his palm and he says,
Die!
and the little rune on his palm glows for a bit, and there seems to be some sort of shimmering bubble around him as it bounces off and actually flies towards you now.
Oh. sweet.
Yeah.
I've always wanted a returning hammer.
Yeah, pretty cool, right? Uh-huh.
Yeah, I do like that, actually. That is pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh, you don't know the half of it, man. I can deflect much more than just hammers. Let me tell you what.
So,
Yeah, it's a story for another time, though.
alright, well, I mean, that describes things pretty well. What about you, my furry fellow?
Vijanti's an athlete. Quick. Like this. As he just sprints up to you and then sprints back or up to 90 feet away within 6 seconds.
You would see that this new figure would, within a fraction of a second, as if a switch being flipped, would suddenly burst with a borderline unnatural amount of speed, would come careening at you, parting the sand in a straight line as he runs, leaving a massive kick up of sand, stops just before you, kicking up even more sand that would almost get in your face if it wasn't for the fact that you were so tall, and then would sprint back with this blinding blur of motion. If you didn't know any better, you would suspect that there's almost something assisting that speed, as it's extremely impressive just from a strictly physical standpoint.
And if that doesn't work, pulls out a dagger. I can hit very well. Nothing
know-
like a good old stabbing.
When I ask
Yeah,
everyone
I once
about
saw
it,
this guy throw a dagger and then catch
wait,
it.
Hold up, I totally forgot. Vishanti grabs his dagger. This one can aim very well with the point of this blade, or the point of his claws.
you know, if you had told me today that I would meet the world's fastest cat and a goblin that can deflect missiles, well, I would have called you crazy, but here we are.
This one is honored.
Says the giant, the diver, the literal wizard, and the actual unit standing behind you guys.
Touche.
Just saying, just saying.
Don't forget the flying eyeball. That's
Oh yeah,
what
that
you-
little thing. Don't even get me started. What the hell is that thing?
It's one of Ren's contraptions. It's actually been quite useful.
Yeah, you know how
Really?
he has that outfit? He turned that into a flying contraption as well.
Hmm.
Vishanti wants to know, since we told you what we can do, what can you do?
Well,
This will be a fun conversation. Who wants to go first with that?
I mean, with little to no explanation, I am a wizard. My specialization is in war magic.
This one is pleased.
Try not to annoy her. She will use it on you.
Oh.
I'm
But will
learning.
this one help Vishanti learn the ways of magic?
I mean, if you're willing to learn, I'm willing to teach.
Alright, y'all, time to get a college education for free.
Yo, I'm about to scam someone out of a free university education. Let's go.
Let's go. Poggers.
All right. And with conversation continuing to have been made on this 30-minute trek towards the base of the pillar, everyone would continue forth, becoming increasingly more well acclimated with one another. You would divert slightly over towards your left on your approach, being able to catch the ever in motion shadow that this giant structure casts, giving some much needed reprieve from the brutal sun, particularly in this vein. You almost have second thoughts about traveling in this valley. A straight shot, sure, but a taxing one at that, as the shade would alleviate a good portion of your woes to be out of the hot sands finally. And upon approach, you would, at long last, complete this trek as more and more of your horizon is consumed by the profile of this enormous pillar.
On that
And-
note, can we take 5? I need to go take a piss super bad.
No,
That is
you
fine
will
with
stay
me.
right there.
We can take a 5-minute break right here. We can reconvene at 7:25.
Okie dokie.
All right.
Enough time to make me a 5-course meal.
Jesus.
It's called microwave.
You ain't paying enough bills in this house to be slamming doors.
Hmm.
Huh? What?
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 Oh, by the way, is the voice
Oh.
changer working correctly?
Huh? What?
Oh.
Oh, I got another fun fact for the
Hmm.
cruise line.
Oh.
So one of the people I emailed finally got back to me regarding the cruise line information I was talking to them about, since they already did it, and I want to get their opinion and their experience. And I was just asking like the pros and cons and all that stuff. And would you like to hear what to expect?
Hmm.
So on a cruise line, you have no living expenses. You get to travel. These are the good things. Exposure
Right.
to big theater toys. Exposure to
Mhm.
different people and cultures. Paycheck that clears each time. Lifelong friends. Not having to worry about getting a car or an apartment for a while. Now, here are the bad things about the cruise line. You're going to have to work around roughly 10 hours or more every day for 6 months. There's no pay between contracts. You are treated like a child. Weekly cabin inspections and monitored alcohol intake, etc. The next thing is there is no US working rights.
You have no rights.
I mean, you're basically crossing different
No
territorial
union.
borders either way, so.
Yeah. You can be fired very easily for any reason.
Mm.
You have to pay for internet by the megabyte.
Yeah,
Food
you're
is
fired.
plentiful,
Chuck your ass overboard.
but not great.
Mm.
May have to share a tiny cabin with someone who works opposite schedules.
Right.
And I'm like, well, ugh.
All right,
Yeah,
I
I wouldn't do that.
am here. The question is, everybody else here?
Here.
Yeah. Also, sorry if you can hear my dog. We're crate training her, and she's being a stinker about it.
That's okay. I barely hear anything.
Just
Yeah.
call
Fair.
1-800-PUP Snuffers.
Stop.
Yeah.
They come to your house and make your dog quiet.
Bro, if your dog is barking, you've got a boot in your closet. Just, get to work.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
I thought you would want to go out and get some milk and never return.
Oh, God.
Yeesh.
All right. Continuing forward, everyone would be now walking among the shadow of the pillar and making their final approach. And as you're doing so, everyone may roll perception.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, whoops. Oh, my bad. I rolled twice.
It's fine.
Oh, a
Nice.
casual 28. Love it.
It would go off of a group check in this sense. Being so close to this pillar, you look dead ahead and see there is some ornate structures, parapets, and strange pillar-like ascensions that lead straight up, mingling with the stone in a variety of ways, which, again, as per the natural heliostone, blur the line between natural rock and something architecturally designed. And you can see glowing, especially within the shadow of the pillar, inside of this heliostone, there are these veins, almost organic-like veins that are glowing, that are visible from within the material. This deep blue glow that would flow throughout. It would dance and refract as though auric in nature, as though the very luminant lifeblood of this giant structure. You would see that there are a number of openings that are segmented by pillars at the base of the structure. It would look like an easy way inside. And all is oddly quiet, as the wind would die down, being immediately here. And more so than just being out of the sun, you would feel a slight dip in the temperature. It's notably cooler making your final approach.
Hey, maybe coming here wasn't such a bad idea after all.
It's amazing what a little shade can do.
Yes, but it seems odd to give this amount of cooling even for shade.
Mm.
Do I feel any humidity?
It's still very arid here.
Ah, I see.
Like desert cold, so.
Yes, it's a dry coldness.
So, who wants to take a bet on what's inside this place?
This one is happy that the sun is no longer beating down its heat upon us. Yes.
I don't know about you guys, but me personally, I'm hoping there's some goodies, some goodies of the magic variety that I can appropriate, quote end quote.
I mean, a place like this, it seems to be collecting all the water in the immediate area. It's questionable in the least.
It must be
But
doing so for a purpose.
It must be.
Well, if I was stuck in the desert, I'd probably want some water too.
I mean, Water would be like currency out here, so I imagine it's trying to collect as much resources as it can, whoever or whatever is in here.
Is there any identifiable entryways, the man?
Looking straight ahead, you can see that there is an arrangement of, as mentioned, pillars and pathways that almost seem to weave into something of a very exaggerated entryway, as though the many entrances to a giant cathedral. There does
Okay.
appear to be a clear way to get in.
Does it seem man-made or natural like the High Crucible was?
It's much like the High Crucible, where everything about the architecture here blurs the lines.
Right then, on your guard. Dagny, why don't you send the Guardian to take point?
Right. She will instinctively, before going forward, cast Mage Armor on herself.
You would do so.
And will telepathically ping the Shield Guardian to go forward in front of her and let her know if there's any signs of danger.
Okay. You would send the Shield Guardian stomping forth to be the one to take point.
I think I'll
Off it
follow
would go.
after it.
Okay. Are you, how far behind are you following?
I'm gonna give it like a 20-foot berth, I think.
Okay. And you would watch as the Shield Guardian spearheads the entryway. And
I'll
it
have
would...
Seeker be a bit above the Shield Guardian, keeping an eye out where it's stepping, in case there's any traps or any dangers for it.
Okay. We'll go off your previous perception roll, which was 23. And Seeker would have a very adamant eye out looking for any signs of danger, and wouldn't really find any. It's pretty dark in the immediate winding halls ahead. And you would all watch as the Shield Guardian stomps on, with Garrock not too far behind. And for Dagny, you would see your Shield Guardian stomp along the sand, and it would take its first steps onto the proper Heliostone entryway. And as it takes that step, you almost feel that telepathic link that you have with the Shield Guardian falter for a moment, as though interrupted by something. It's only for a passing moment, as the Shield Guardian stops, twitches a little, and then keeps going. Its head is on a swivel, and it doesn't appear to detect any outward threats as it moves into the mouth of the pillar, unabated. Seeker would follow, and Garrock, I presume you are following in suit.
Yeah.
I'll be
No reason
right
not to.
behind Garrock.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll be behind Rin.
I want to not rush forward. I just want to get to like one of the walls, and then slowly take out a mirror, a small mirror, and slowly slide it across the walls. That's why I can look at the mirror and look inwards.
Okay.
You do
So-
slide, please.
Order of operations, we will have Garrock moving first, as you would follow behind the Shield Guardian, off of the sands, and you would take your first step, making contact with the Heliostone proper. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh!
Damn, who could have seen that happening? Anyway, a wisdom save, you said?
Yes.
Casual 25.
Casually, naturally.
Anyone can do a 25.
Bro,
Yeah.
Garrock is going nuts. This is crazy.
Clerics for the win.
You would do so. And the second that you take a step onto this Heliostone, you feel almost like a presence. Some force would come from the Heliostone, travel through your leg, through your body, and up towards your mind, as though a consciousness was attempting to penetrate your mind to establish some form of contact. And having seen that strange motion from the Shield Guardian, you subconsciously were ready for this, and you would steady your own mind and would deny it entryway as this attempt to establish some sort of dialogue is warded off. Unless, of course, if you choose to allow it to connect.
Do I know if it's just a dialogue?
It's as if a presence is attempting to enter your mind. You're really not sure.
I'm just gonna put a hand behind me to give a halt motion for a second before anyone else steps upon this.
What is it?
It appears that the first step, quite literally, has a bit of a conscience to it.
So it is something.
I don't know whether what it wants, but it tried to do something.
Well, if it's wanting to make contact. I think it was trying to do that with the Shield Guardian when it passed through the same area.
Yes, but the thing is, as with all of these types of magic, it's impossible to know if it's just gonna be that.
At this point, Garrock, we have to question everything and we have to try.
Well, if that's the case then, I'll open myself to talk to it, and if anything goes wrong,
I understand.
well. Alright
Wait.
then, whatever
Wait.
thing this is.
Tabaxi is unsure if this is wise.
Yeah,
This
I was
one
about to say,
intends to
why don't we
become a
just step over it?
Well, that's the thing. I think this will be a running theme throughout the entire place.
To further illustrate the environment, the sand that you've been traveling would give way to almost like a few steps up of heliostone, as if the floor entering into this place is all made of this stone. And the first step he took to make contact with it was when this occurred. So there's
Contact's inevitable.
yes, contact
Well-
is inevitable.
I guess I'll be the guinea pig here then. Let's see what it's gonna do.
All right. And you would repeat your step making contact with the stone, which I presume you're allowing this connection to be established.
Yeah, I'll allow it this time.
You would feel a consciousness contact your own, and your own surprise is met as you can feel the far side. This other consciousness seems to share your surprise along with it, as if neither of you were truly expecting this. And you would hear a voice echo inside your head.
Human.
Creature.
You are human. How curious this is. The alignment of time surrounding your presence. A human has approached the pillar.
That I have. To whom am I speaking to?
I reside within. The lifeblood is bent by my desires. I will ask, and you shall answer. Who are you, and why have you come to this pillar?
We're explorers. Trying to steady up humanity. And that's led us here. To a very weird curiosity that stands out a bit.
Explorers. Why come here now? Has the upset of Helios' lifeblood orchestrated this motion you carry?
It's a very odd way of putting it, but I suppose.
There has scarcely been anyone of your type to come here. Curious how just when I needed someone of your existence, do you answer the call? What particularly drew you here? Was it chance? Or is this a more fated encounter?
You sound like an intelligent creature, and you know fate is fickle.
Quite so. I am as equally intrigued as I am disturbed to have a presence here like yours. Humans are curious beings. How dangerous they are.
You give the tone of voice that tells me you might be a cartographer.
Cartographer. The term is unfamiliar. If you expect me to be anything like you will be disappointed to know I am nothing like you. Have you come alone?
Well, by the looks of things, you've already felt one other being stepping on your stones.
A quake. But it is not sentient.
I'm the tester for what was this weird conversation. I come with others, yes.
How many?
Well, if you consider them all to be human, there would be 4 of us.
Under normal circumstances, I would be unwelcoming. Having mixed emotions for your kind and your destructive tendencies. However, desperate times have altered my stance. I will not abate your entry. Should you reach the heart of this pillar, we can negotiate a potential mutually beneficial agreement. This pillar has potential for those who know how to control it.
May I ask a question?
You may ask, and I may answer.
The way you said that implies there are things here that will try to stop us. Is that true?
Not necessarily. Should there be resistance, it would be by my design. However, should you continue to forward your approach into the heart, I will not stop you.
Okay then. Well, that was about as friendly greeting as I could hope for. Alright then.
I have a question, Garok. Were you doing the thing I was doing when I had that telepathic conversation where you're speaking aloud responses?
Oh no, I'm speaking these responses entirely aloud. So you guys can hear half of what the conversation is.
Okay.
And then at that point, he'll just clap his hands together. Well, who wants to go and meet the core of this place?
It wants to meet us.
It wants to meet and negotiate.
Vishanti is very surprised. This one will press forward.
Yeah. As soon as Garok gives the go-ahead, I'm taking a step up and heading in.
Yep.
As each of you would take your steps, you would feel this consciousness brush your own, attempting to establish a form of connection. Are any of you resisting this?
You're told not to resist.
I mean, Dagny doesn't know what to expect, so.
All right. With that, the remainder of the party would step forward. having this strange consciousness mingle among your own mind. You would hear no words, but there is this strange sensation in your heads, as though there is something now with you entering into the pillar properly. You would follow the path taken by the shield guardian as its footfalls would echo as you would step in yourselves. As you would leave the remnant sunlight behind and enter into the pillar's interior. Your collective footfalls would echo increasingly as you enter the inner sanctum of the pillar. And before long, you're surrounded by an architectural wonder of heliostone bearing a luminant aura radiating from various crevices below as you enter this larger area. And you can see there is this bluish light emanating. You can see there's archways and pathways and everything in between that would lay in the multitude of directions in this interior. Looking up, you can see there are animated streams of water that are migrating overhead that aren't too dissimilar from the floating islands of the outside world, as though a lifeblood coursing through veins. And a clear way forward would lay before each of you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does this look like a city?
Let's see.
Like a place that people lived in?
Taking a look around, there's established walls, paths, but it's not truly city-like in the way that it's set up. It's a bit enigmatic. It has traces as though almost livable by someone of your stature, but as far as having homes and domiciles, things that you would expect a city to consist of, are curiously absent. It's a strange mix between a natural landscape and something more intentionally made. The vagueness of the Heliostone that you've seen previously is ever present here.
I did have a question. Or
Yes.
something I wanted to try, rather. Given that this consciousness is now kind of interlocked with all of us, I wanted to see if I could try and further my understanding of this other consciousness through this connection, if that is at all possible.
I would like
Okay.
to do the same.
I'd say for each of you, I'm gonna roll this as a intelligence check as you're trying to decipher this sensation that is now with you, although vaguely.
Alright, just a straight check.
Yeah.
How does one do
Straight
this?
big brain time.
Okay. Dagny, this is like you have a secondary connection established in addition to your shield guardian. It's very similar. A telepathic link, undoubtedly. And you kind of feel a bit of a pulse as it would strengthen and weaken in a constant rhythmic tone. And you realize that this pulse is directly associated with your footfalls along the Heliostone. It seems like contact with this stone is the direct conduit between you and the other side. There's something that is making contact with the stone somewhere else that is somehow able to project its own mind through this pillar to your head. And as for Rin, you would come to a roughly similar conclusion. You'd have a less precise standpoint, but I'll imagine for brevity's sake you share your thoughts amongst yourselves. And Vishanti, you would collect your thoughts along with them and ultimately discern this is telepathic.
Mm.
Well, let's see what the path takes us on.
Alright.
Dagny is going to attempt to ask a question to this entity.
Okay. You may attempt to do so. Let me see here. Yeah, I'd say no roll. Just you may query this into your head.
How long have you been here?
You would feel that the connection is a bit weaker than it was previously when you had contact first established. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that you're moving throughout the pillar and various areas are more strongly connected with others. But you feel there's a significant delay on your own mind reaching the far side. It would take almost a minute before you would feel something come back.
Too long. This place is a prison, but less so in the physical sense, and more so by necessity.
Are you aware of the stars that have been falling to Helios?
You would feel this query go out, and there'd be a similar long time delay as eventually, as you're walking about this place, a response would come back.
The events of the outside world are difficult to peer into. I have other obligations before setting my focus beyond. However, there has been a disturbance on the planet. Surely you have felt it.
You speak of the auric blasts from the singing rings.
I speak of the pillar losing its own composure. The heart is fluttering.
It's dying?
Perhaps this has never been previously observed.
Okay. She'll focus on getting towards the center of this place.
All right. Everyone would be following along the pathway here. And are you taking any particular directions? This is a circular interior. It follows it's like you stepped into a big ring with pathways that go in either direction. And I presume you're going to be trying to get to the ultimate epicenter of this somewhat of a labyrinth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did want to send Seeker up to map our path.
Okay. You would send Seeker up. Just have it roll perception.
All right, helping it as per usual.
Vishanti questions this pillar.
I mean, I find it just as weird as you probably do.
We all do.
But it
Fine.
said hello before and hasn't resulted to violence yet.
This one wants to know, does this pillar know how it was made?
Well,
Might be able to answer that for us when we get closer. From what I asked, it's been here for far too long.
Hearing that you asked it, Vishanti says, oh wait, we can... In his mind, he's like, oh, I can ask it questions? And he'll try to use that connection of sorts and just saying it in his mind. How were you constructed? Vishanti wants to know how this pillar became about.
you would send the query out and you would almost feel this thought of yours enter the heliostone and reverberate. And as you do, you get a rough sense of a direction, as if it was tracing along towards the origin point, having this line of connection established, although you feel it's very weak at the current moment. And it would give a brief sense of direction on where to go following over that. And combined with Seeker's check, Seeker having the aerial advantage, it would be able to see into these strange pits, these ravines, and would notice there is vibrantly glowing. It's strange. It looks like water, but it has far more ethereal properties to it. It reminds you of the water from the stronghold you were in, except this is much, much more luminant. You get the feeling there is considerable power. And it's not just water. It's likely something much more. It's flowing in a direction. And it makes semicircular rounds as it would flow through this channel. And it seems as though if you follow the currents from where it's visible, you can also use that to find your way towards the center. As for your query, Vishanti, you would send it out, and it would be a good 5 or so minutes of nothing until you do feel some sort of ping in your connection. And you would eventually feel a response come back to you.
This pillar is originless.
You're just the party sees just Visanti just like he looks left, looks right, hands raise up, and then he just shoots them up like touchdown, like Vishanti gets more and more frustrated.
There are a lot of things that we can't understand.
The tower, this one was told, was originless.
I mean, that coincides with being here far too long.
It is constructed of heliostone. Therefore, it has existed since the beginning of this planet, more than likely.
So this one believes this stone has been here in time immemorial. Or this one does not know its own origins.
I do not believe this consciousness is the tower. Connected to it, yes, but I do not believe it is of the heliostone itself. Rather, it is using it as a conduit. Nonetheless, that is just a theory.
Well, it said this tower was a prison, did it not?
It did. Oh.
Wait, we heard their conversation?
That would only have been through Dagny's head unless she decided to share it with everybody.
Oh.
I would have kept that to myself.
Alright,
Never
yeah,
mind.
so-
I didn't
Rewind.
Wow, I just had a weird dialogue option disappear.
I just had the weird deja vu.
Yeah,
Yeah,
whoa,
that
man.
one just grayed out for some reason.
Yeah, man, I walked into this building and suddenly I didn't have enough speech for this check.
I'm definitely, Bryn's getting definitely more and more curious and is taking the head of the pack in terms of where we're heading.
Are you
All right.
speedwalking?
I guess, if you want to have it that way, I'm speed walking.
Why is everybody
You
in this
see
room
a-
rush ahead?
Not hyperactive, a sense of like a smile, like happiness. Because you see Xanthes now, like, he has mimicked your pace, but he's just ever inching closer, more forward, but then slowly falls back, then more forward, and slowly falls back, and he's making eye contact at you.
I do not care in the slightest. And I'm sticking with the group, Garrock. I meant just I'm taking the lead of it.
Yeah, I know.
Sticking together, but wanting to get a faster pace going.
Ren, last time you did this, you got beat the fuck up, so please slow down.
I'll back him up, just in case.
This one is now very intrigued.
Mm.
I want
All right.
Tell Vajanti the story.
Yes, well, from your conversation with his conscience, it did detail that we are to face no obstacles.
Yeah, so why are we rushing?
Well, as if I believe that. You're telling me that the biggest guy in this tower is going to just let us in without a test? I don't know. It's not what I would do.
We don't even know if it's his tower.
Well, we've got a good idea, don't we?
Well, we know some schmuck can talk to us through it. That doesn't really tell us much, unfortunately.
No.
I am excited to meet whoever this is, though. It is interesting.
Vajanti
Continuing.
stop
Oh.
in place very abruptly.
So, yeah, I guess we just collectively continue to navigate to the center, then.
You would.
Tabaxi is very concerned.
Mm.
You make a very good point there.
Who? Me?
Yes.
Uh,
Tabaxi wants to know. Do we trust Strange Voice?
I mean, I'll be
No.
perfectly frank, I still don't trust you two completely, so I mean...
Yeah, that's fair enough. We did kind of, like, fall out of the fucking sky, so...
This one
There's
agrees,
that.
but you are speaking to this one in person.
And hopefully disembodied voice will soon have a body to be less disembodied from. And we can have the same sort of arrangement, hopefully.
Ashanti is now worried that you do not understand what the implications this can have.
That's
At this point, just kind of pointing at the liquid that's just kind of going, just go with the flow, because last time I questioned it, I was attacked by my own reflection.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a story there, but I can't be fucked.
I mean, we could do with the stories after we figure out the purpose of this tower and who this consciousness is.
Ashanti will hold his reservations then.
Okay.
This one just needs to remember the first rule of bear hunting.
First rule.
All right. Continuing forward for a ways, it would be about a 15-minute trek going through this similar circular landscape inside of this giant tower. You would pass through various walkways, archways, bridges, parapets, a strange coalition of architecture that almost forms something city-like but lacks discerning features. It's as if it had the idea of such architecture, but this place was ultimately aimed at using those architectural techniques to achieve something very different. And you can see below in the cracks in the earth with this strange lifeblood throwing through the pillar that it must serve some sort of different purpose, where this glowing something must play a major role. And you would see, getting around this place, that the heliostone, the further you go, has moisture clinging to the walls. Small, wet beads of water that are coalescing everywhere you walk. And you would continue for a while until you arrive around a particular corner where you hear a almost familiar thrumming, a singing of sorts, not too unlike the singing of the great rings, a ethereal hum, as you would come across a particular archway that is it's along a wall. There doesn't seem to be any immediate way forward, and there is this glowing, ethereal veil that is present in front of it.
So who wants to touch it?
I'll conjure up a mage hand and press it against this veil.
You would take a mage hand and it would touch the veil, and as it makes contact, the mage hand would glow vibrantly, and you would feel your touch with this intensify several fold, as if you feel like you could knock someone out with this hand. It seems to be amplified almost.
That's a good thing, right?
And he points at the mage hand.
Well,
Yeah, I'll move up and personally reach out and touch it.
You would make contact with this, and you would feel a shudder from this arch, as it's almost like the heliostone itself would react in a semi-sentient fashion, as this veil would burst, and there would be this washing wave of white energy that washes over everyone, and everyone's eyes would go white for a moment, and you would feel a tingle wash throughout your body, as everyone just gained the benefit of a long rest.
Oh,
Oh.
And upon that subsiding, you feel incredibly refreshed. It's almost as if you had made contact with just a fragment of the lifeblood flowing through this pillar.
you
I'll
feel
be
that,
damned.
right?
Yeah, I feel like I could toss a mountain.
Shanti wants to go over to it, take out a vial.
As he made contact, that veil burst. It washed over you. There's nothing left of it now.
so what's beyond the veil?
Beyond the veil is the pathway going forward. It seems to continue to wind at a ever tighter angle. It seems like you're getting closer to the epicenter.
Let us move.
Yes.
Getting closer, you would see on the continually tight winding crevices where this lifeblood continues to flow, as you would use it as a point of reference on where to walk, you would see that the aura emanating off it into the air almost seems to have a will of its own, as you see it dance in semi-intelligent patterns, and it seems to form various shapes, like it's forming veins in the air that continue off and would form what looks to be ethereal silhouettes of trees, shrubs, roots in the ground, as if to mimic the life that is now dead in the world beyond.
This Shanti thinks that this pillar is a parasite. This one believes that it's taking all the life from outside and making its own in here.
Seems like what we observed when we approached. We went from grassy land to badland. It's a very consistent shift to it.
Tabaxi has a bad feeling. Very bad feeling.
My question is, if it was purely just taking from the land to power itself, or whatever it's doing, why is it making a copy of the things that it's eating?
Echoes of what once was.
Mm.
But this one believes surely that this does not at all comes close to the amount of greenery it has consumed to make. How big is this area?
What do you mean? Like the entire interior that you've trekked so far?
Yeah.
You
Does it
imagine
anywhere come near the vast desert I've seen?
within its total diameter, you imagine it might be at least half a mile.
And the desert went on to the horizon?
It continued in veins that sprawled throughout the other biomes. You would see that it continued into the arcing valleys that were to the south and seemed to root through the valley channels going into the mountains to the north. So definitely sprawls out for several miles.
The process might be. This one believes the process might be slow. How?
Fairly slow from what I could tell.
Well, normally destroying a place is not a good idea, but considering how dangerous the natural landscape is, I don't know, it could almost be an improvement.
Hmm.
Miss Shanti prefers grass and trees than sands and harsh suns.
Yeah.
I agree, but if it were just the green were the things that we were traveling into, I don't think we would need to be cartographers.
No.
Anyway, let's see what's at the center of the spire.
Yes.
You would continue on. As the curvature of these paths continue to tighten, you feel as though you're not too far away from this heart that the consciousness had described previously. And I feel like this would be a good opportunity to take a 10-minute break, if everyone's cool with doing that, before we get to the heart.
Sure.
Yes.
I could go for a smoke.
All right,
Yeah.
10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 8:21.
21. What's up, plus 10?
Muda, are you there? I assume not. Yeah.
Remember, kids, skeet.
We. Hey, Mood, are you back? No, I think he's still gone.
What a shame.
Yeah.
Alright, here's what you gotta do, cat boy. You gotta skate fast and eat ass.
Well, my dude, I have a lot of feet and a lot of gum, so it's time to kick and chew, but I don't know which. Time to kick some gum or chew some ass, or eat some ass and chew some gum.
We're getting into some dangerous territory when you talk about feet and chewing. You don't want to end up in Norte, do you, lad?
What the hell do you mean?
You see, there is this horrendous beast of legend that hails from the Bringo Brongo clan. They call him De Norte. And he, my boy, he sucks toes.
Oi,
I just got back.
Oi,
What the
my
fuck did I
lad.
just walk in on?
you're gonna have to do better than that to scare me. Oh, also, Muda. Either later today or next week, we gotta meet one-on-one with the DM and discuss, like, past events that we've been with. So that's ways we have things we can reference that no one else will understand.
Okay.
Oh my.
Yes, because
Secrets.
at minimum, we spent 2 days together before this event.
Mm-hmm.
There we are.
Or more than that. We'll figure that out later.
I'm getting
But-
very excited, B-Man. Can we finish with the walking?
Yeah. Relax.
I don't know. I feel like we can
What
get
was
more walking done.
Yeah.
I'll break your legs and drag you.
Oh god.
Then we definitely won't get there.
No.
Leave
Well, at least you wouldn't have to walk.
It's gonna be real funny when they have to come back.
Hmm.
All right. Do we have everybody present?
See,
Mhm.
senor.
Or
No.
Amazon?
Yes.
All right. Cool. I guess we can continue. It is 8:21. Nice. All right. Post haste, the party would continue as the circular forming of these walls would continue to tighten for a good additional 10 minutes. The architecture would continue about, and the lifeblood flow of this mysterious coalition of whatever this pillars collected through the landscape would become more of a rush looking down as the flow would intensify, being less of a semicircular whirlpool-like flow and would more so be a straight shot to the epicenter. Continuing forward, there would be a few curious formations as you would come across a circular wall that seems to block any further travel. The path leads to a large circular indentation on the wall before you. Around it would be a series of strange runes almost that are not too dissimilar in their nature to that which you saw on the piece of the circle which your two newest additions had come from. It lay inanimate, and floating about this final stretch surrounding this giant circular formation would be small little beads of what appears to be water that are glowing white that would migrate on their own volition. And there would be a couple of stones that are migrating along with them. They're definitely not Helios stone, but they have a strange formation on them, almost as if a magical latent something. It's hard to tell because they're moving rather quickly. And there's a few curious fields of aura that seem to mimic the circular motion around here. It's almost as if you have found something of a door or portal or some sort of sigil. It's hard to be certain. Everyone can roll perception as you've entered this final stretch.
Okay, so, for the runes, could I use Eyes of the Rune Keeper to try to decipher them?
You may.
What would that be?
Let me see. Ping the ability you're talking about. If you hover over the picture, there should be a little D20, just like anything else, and it should ping it in chat for everyone else to be able to read.
It should be in your features tab.
Yeah.
Oh, it just says you can read all writing.
All writing.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yep.
Okay. We're going to tie this into your perception check once you roll it, because this is not human writing, as previously denoted. This is heliosic in origin.
Oh, damn. Oh, alrighty.
And you'd be able to tell that just at a second's glance, so we'll see how much you can decipher.
Not much.
Well, you get an inkling that there are a total of 6 runic indentations that are surrounding this circular depression. And you would imagine that these may be the controls, so to speak, that would activate this, or you presume it to be a doorway. There's floating bits of that white glowing water as mentioned, but not much else seems to be around here. There's also those stones as well, which are floating. They seem to be zipping around in greater speeds.
It's weird. It's almost as if this contraption wasn't even meant to be operated by people of our stature. That's curious.
Does anything stand out to me?
Well, these runes over here, those 6 indentations right there, they seem to be, so he squints his eyes, some sort of controls. I can't really get a beat on the meaning, though. At least from this distance.
As for Garrock, as well as Seeker by extension, you would notice when these little beads of water that are floating would pass anywhere near Heliostone, the Heliostone almost seems to react, as though to capture the luminance they are radiating, and you see it channel among the stone, as like a conduit.
I have an immediate theory. Would I be able to, with Mage Hand, guide one of these floating energized droplets into those key points to see if they become energized from it?
You can certainly try, as you would cast your mage hands and would cusp one of these energy latent droplets, and your mage hand would spring to life in a similar manner as before, and you would guide it towards one of the sigils. It would make contact and would seemingly suddenly suck itself into the depression of the sigil, and that little outwards outcropping that the sigil is based on would glow vibrantly. It seems as though you're onto something.
I'll continue on for the other runes.
All right. You would do so and would continue for the remaining 5. Is anyone else doing anything in particular at the moment?
I'm just gonna look for like any sort of clues around the doorway.
I want to
Okay.
tap this liquid with my knife to see if it does anything to metal.
You would give a bit of a prod with your knife.
Just the tip.
Just the tip, of course. And you would
Phrasing.
see it would reflect its light on the tip of the metal vibrantly. It gives you a similar vibe as the veil that you would pierce, as though this is some sort of pure lifeblood that the pillar is manifested from the local area.
I want to keep this for in case this method doesn't open the door. But if it doesn't, I'd like to ask a question to a mysterious friend in the pillars.
Okay. And Dagny, further prying at what this could be, it does bear some striking resemblances to the piece of Heliostone that your 2 friends had originated from. So much so that you believe that upon this being active, so to speak, that it'll be able to transport you to whatever your intended destination is. It's similar enough in the subtleties on how these pieces interlock together. It's lacking the standing stones of the original, but you feel like these sigils that are lining it are much of the same.
You're on the right track, Rin. Keep going.
And as for Garrock, you would pry at your own mind, and you can feel that the connection is rather strong.
We've come across a strange piece at the center. Some sigils of a language you don't understand. Would activating them lead us to you?
You are on the precipice of the core. Energize the passageway, and your path forward will be unveiled.
Oh,
If
so I already got it.
Yeah, but if for some reason that water doesn't work, maybe we should put our own magic in it. But
The
that's only
magic of humans weaving with the pillar is a dangerous prospect, treaded only by those who understand this wonder in its entirety. I recommend against this course, unless you know the secrets of this pillar.
I'll keep that in mind.
All right. And by this time, Rin would have completed his routine, as that final bead of glowing water would contact the final sigil. And you would see the stone begin to animate and move and spin as a bright white light would, say that 3 times fast, would begin to appear through the cracks until the stone is consumed and a swirling white vortex lay before each of you.
Well, yeah, that'll do it, I guess.
The white vortex, is it similar to the vortex that took Mayark's?
No. This is entirely different. It's white, sure, but the intricacies on how this works definitely diverge. As you understand it, Dagny, from the energy originating from the cartographer core, you have a pretty good idea that whatever's powering the core is cosmic in origin. So not of this world.
Right.
And this is powered by the lifeblood that surround us.
Right.
But yeah, I'll brave first through the swirling portal.
You would take your adamant steps, eager to lead the party as you would enter into this vortex and would disappear from view. What's everyone else doing?
Well,
Fuck it. Going through.
part of me really just wants to wait and see if he's immediately dead, but this is D&D, so that's not the case, I hope. I'll walk through.
Yeah, Dagny will step forward with the shield guardian close behind.
You would do so. Is everyone following suit?
Yep.
All right. Everyone steps in. And pushing through the veil of the portal, looking forwards, your destination would come into view almost immediately. And as you do, your senses are almost immediately overstimulated.
Oh shit. Okay.
You would take in the sight. It takes you several moments. This is an enormous circular sanctum coursing with an unknowable energy. Its center lay a column of ethereal suspended water. Lifeblood, no doubt. Within it, an eldritch being resides. And you would take in its form with a bit of a chill running down your backs. It's a huge aquatic entity bearing fins, tentacles, and 3 large piercing eyes, and a gilded crown-like headpiece covered in runes as though to denote royalty. Its back is to you as it continues to prod meticulously at an even larger body behind it. The larger one bears similar features but is distinctly different. Bigger. And it lay completely inanimate and limp, as though dead. Upon your arrival, the crowned creature turns to meet you with prying eyes, taking in the newcomers.
So, humans tread this sanctum once again, at a critical point in history, no less.
It would seem so.
Rin's going to move forward a few steps. And, B-Man, I imagine you know the question I want to ask you.
There is a shocking familiarity to this, and the body behind it. Your mind is going a million miles an hour. You're shaking in your suit.
Rin?
Am I able to ascertain a name?
Roll a history with advantage.
$19.
19.
You would have a name come rocking into your head, just as it would speak on its own behalf, in unison.
Your actions here in this pillar shall bend the fate of Helios' future, should you act intelligently. My conviction towards your kind is complicated. I do not welcome you easily, but out of a necessity for all parties concerned. My name is Corral.
Hi, I'm Cobweb.
I love Cobweb already.
And I'm Garrock. And what is happening here?
The perpetuated continuum orchestrated by the current configuration of this pillar. Or, in a more small-minded terminology, this pillar takes the lifeblood of Helios and concentrates it into this column before you.
Humanity has imprisoned you here.
No. Not in the traditional sense. Humans are a rather destructive force on this planet. I have done nothing but show benevolence to them. And yet they took everything from me. That is why I am here. I have no choice. Clinging to what little I have left. Could I leave? Perhaps. But I can't abandon what remains of what I hold dear.
Vishanti wants to know what that is left. Is it your life? Is it this well?
There's little left. My life is meaningless if not contextualized into something more meaningful. This existence is torture. I worked alongside mortals for a time, in the same way I worked alongside one to configure the pillar to its current status. This lifeblood, this culmination of all things living, organic, beyond its walls, is the only thing keeping this alive. My family, what remains of it. But enough about me. You are strangers in my sanctum. Tell me, you've yet to give me a clear answer. Why exactly did you come here, of all places? What did you hope to gain from entering a place brimming with power like this?
Knowledge.
Protection. Salvation. Yes.
Knowledge is power. Why seek it now? Why abandon your walls after over a century of pleading ignorant to everything beyond the stones?
Because the entities outside of the walls would seek to destroy those who live within them. So they sent us out to explore.
Destroy the entities showing animosity towards humanity. And why do you think that is?
I have no doubt of the history humanity has for a very valid reason, probably.
We seek to make it right.
Make it right. And how do you intend on doing that? Tell me.
I don't know.
I think it's a good start to learn what we did wrong.
I did want to say, for this, Rin, having gotten closer to this, seems to just be still as a statue, watching this creature while you're pinging questions around. Just to give context.
You would see its eyes are scanning over all parties' concerns.
How you can make it right. Have I not spent the last century pondering such a question? An answer does not come so easily. At least, not until recent events. This pillar, it's dying in its current facets. I don't quite understand it. But something happened out there. There's something else pulling at the life force Helios emanates.
Can you tell from which direction?
No. All I can tell you is I cannot perpetuate myself in here for much longer. If something is not done to reconfigure this pillar, what remains of my family behind me will die, and I will truly have lost everything to you all.
What would you have us do?
There is a reason why I have decided to allow you here. Humans have a unique place among the hierarchy of Helios. I do not sit here carrying ages of knowledge inside of here, unable to benefit from any of it. This structure does not obey my will. I simply reap the benefits of what has already been laid. It was set this way by humanity, by one who treaded previously, who pitied me. A diamond among the rough, perhaps. I cannot do that myself. I have tried, and tried again. This pillar does not see me as one fit to rewrite it. Why is it that only human hands can reach into Helios? Do you not find that curiously maddening? I can't do it. But you could. In your human needs, your tireless will to cling to this world, you can and will do anything to further your rule. Wouldn't you?
Well, it's not to further rule, it's to survive.
Oh, this one does not believe in furthering one's goals with the suffering of others. But why would our ancestors let others use their tools? Does that not make sense, this one?
Probably because there was a time when we revered such beings as this one.
Revered them so much that we decided to capture them.
We've seen
No.
it once before.
Revelations. This one believes revelations are ones for deities, not mortals.
But now this one is saying it cannot control the tower, that it needs a human host. Is that what you're asking?
A human with the right knowledge, having grasped the secrets of these wonders scattered upon Helios, one strong enough to influence its own will onto Helios, may alter how they function to great variance. That is why I brought you all here. Perhaps, if it doesn't kill all of you all right, you just may be able to intensify this pillar's grasp on the landscape. You would be increasing its pull, sacrificing life on a much larger radius to perpetuate this pool, and rightfully so.
Wait,
Aha!
the
Vishanti
radius.
knew there'd be tricks. I knew it! To save your home family's life, which I commend, that is something honorable. I do the same. You are asking us to sacrifice other lives. Maybe not sentient. Is that what you ask of us? Is to continue to destroy?
What you asked of me was how to make it right. If only you could see how much blood was spilt before genocide was cast among your kind. And a sloppy job at that, might I add.
Genocide. That's not the first time we've heard that word.
And it won't be the last.
I do not know if there's things that we can do. You start hearing Visanti no longer referring to in the third person. We are not in agreement. I do not know if there is much we can do at this point to make the past right.
Nonsense. You've yet to try. What's the matter? Have you not come here to ascertain power for yourselves? I openly offer it to you. Yes, you are unsure of this. Is your resolve not concluded? Are you considering a backtrack in your current course after you've come so far?
Yeah,
I
have
do
a
not look.
question.
We'll continue if we want to go first.
So there's two separate creatures in there, right? There's
Yes,
the one that's
there's
talking to us, and then there's something else.
there's the much larger one that is behind it that is lifelessly floating in this column of water. It's like a tower made of this vibrant water that goes up towards the ceiling, which is several hundred feet up.
This is this magic similar to the stasis that was done before with what Magnus was able to pull off, essentially?
Roll investigation.
I did have a question.
Sure.
The second name?
On the figure behind it,
Yeah.
you would attempt to discern a name. But oddly enough, you don't recognize anyone that you may have known. It's very odd. You would try to discern anything further, but the effect that this pillar had from afar on you is the same effect that staring at this corpse would have on you now. You're just mesmerized by that body. A name, regrettably, would not come to mind. However, you are almost overtaken by a strong sense of belonging.
Are we all given that sense of belonging?
Not at all. This is only coming out of Rin.
Gotcha.
All right, big man. Now, I'm not an intelligent person, but you say that it falls upon us to right this wrong. But in the same breath, you ask us to perform an even greater tragedy? Where does the cycle end? Now, I'm not saying no, of course. I'm all for, those runes look really tasty. I'm just saying, what exactly are you trying to get at here? How does this benefit us in any way?
It was human hands that did this. And now human hands have a chance to fix this.
I'm sorry to say, buddy, but tugging at my heartstrings just ain't gonna work.
Nice.
So,
And also, I'm like 19 years old. I don't know who you are.
so the other creature in there is just dead, right?
It looks lifeless, yes.
Corral. Please. Look into my mind. See. As I say that, I want to shove key information to the forefront to show them.
You would concentrate hard on everything that came before. Everything you've known. Everything you've held dear. Everything that drives you now. And you would feel as if this is an overwhelming maelstrom of knowledge that is stoked by strong emotions and even stronger pain. You would see, as Corral is studying you, there is a curious quiver in the tips of its tentacles as it looks onto you. Its gaze is very fixated.
Step forward.
Am I able to continue past the shenanigans?
Yeah, I mean, you can get to, like, right here before you actually hit the water. You would open your minds as much as you can. And you would hold it there, focusing on everything mentioned. Corral would flick its tentacles in a peculiar way, and a shimmer would pass through its crowned crest. As you see its tentacles move in, and from afar you feel a much, much more invasive prodding entering your mind, to why I'm assuming you're allowing.
There is absolutely no resistance. If anything, I am welcoming him in.
Vishanti, seeing this, just takes a couple steps back.
Rin, what are you doing?
Garak,
What? Does
You
this not
would-
seem strange to you?
This one is very worrisome.
I think
Be on guard.
I think Rin has interacted with this being before.
If that's the case, he would do well to tell us rather than walk into it. Face
No,
first.
Remember what Baromir told us about Rin staring at the pillar during their watch the other day?
Well, is that what it was about? Because I wasn't told.
Neither was I.
Because somebody is a terrible liar but won't tell me about things going on. But I'm expected to tell him about my life story. And now he's doing this?
Garak. Please.
It's fair. This one agrees.
If this backfires,
Corral would move in. And these tentacles would make contact with your helmet, Rin. And you feel a very invasive washing over not just your mind, but your body. Your true body. From within the suit. And as this happens, you feel everything you've suppressed, all the pain, all the emotion, all the suffering, everything suddenly flash in rapid succession as every ounce of it, every ounce of what you are and what you've seen would come reeling through your mind, and you would feel it course through its appendages, enter its minds, and very suddenly, a horrible flash would wave through the sanctum, chilling everyone to their core. Everything stops. The creature is sent flying backwards by an unknown force, its eyes glowing and smoking,
No!
and it goes still. You would
Rin,
look
what's
on,
happening?
Think
And
you
you-
like that?
you would see that its appendages have gone limp, falling to its sides. Its eyes lay fixed upon the body in the pool. It is turned back towards it. You would all see there's a shine that reflects from the corners of its eyes, first pooling, then being shed to the stone floor. Tears. Memories of tremendous pain is consuming its mind.
Am I able to enter and approach?
Yeah, you can certainly try.
I am moving forward.
You would
you
do
going
so.
to let him injure this creature?
Roll 2d6, Rin.
Okay.
You gain 8 temporary hit points making contact with this column, and you feel reinvigorated. And you feel a strong connection towards the creature behind it.
My attention is 100% on Corral.
You would continue to gaze at it.
I'm nearing. If I'm able to continue moving forward,
You can.
I definitely want to get to his head face.
You would be very close to it, as it would look limply over at the corpse. And before you get any closer, you would notice the tips of his tentacles are twitching erratically. And then they begin to contort unnaturally, as though every muscle within them begins to tense up wildly. Muscles in its head contract to their absolute limit. It would turn slowly, revealing its expression to you all. Its 3 eyes deadlocked onto Rin. A twisted face with bloodshot eyes shaking in their sockets, and irises brimming with pure, white, hot, burning hatred.
Rin!
I want to.
A little too late, my friend. Roll for initiative.
God damn it.
Ah,
Well, congratulations.
God fucking damn it.
Hey, look, you did the thing I did the last time we went to one of these places. Ooh, I like this music. Well, it's time to kill, I guess.
Oh, it does roll its own initiative. Okay, so my initiative. Oh, that's fun.
Woof.
And initiative on that.
How's the volume on that?
Pretty good.
Can you put a little bit? Actually, no. I can turn it down on my end.
Yes.
All right. It's now at a 2 out of 100.
Damn, man.
I'm making it 3. Yeah, I got like what are they? I got these like 2002 Sony speakers, but they're like as tall as like an average table, and they're like a 1.5 foot long and a 1.5 foot wide. They're some big ass speakers. They're old, but damn, are they?
Anyways, Vishanti, moving forward,
Yeah.
you would see an uncontrollable rage wash over this giant creature as it seems dead set on killing Rin. There's no question.
Cool. I'm going to blitz over there.
All right.
Going to use my Tabaxi feline agility to increase my movement. So in my movement, I can move here. Oop, wait, no. Yeah. Select token, here we go. Russian. I then lightly hold onto Rin, saying, "This one needs to get you out of here. We can fight it, but as a group."
No! Get your hands off me! Don't you dare hurt them!
I am very confused, but this one does not have time. So I will attempt a grapple check. I'm
Oh
probably
my god. All right,
fail.
go ahead. Rin, if you're resisting, you know what to roll.
Yeah, I'm definitely resisting. God damn it.
Oh, I actually.
You gotta beat a 4.
Um.
Oh my god.
Nat 20!
With adrenaline surging through your body, you are able to grab Rin very firmly despite his stature.
I'm then going to move. This is going to be considered. Is it half movement or quarter movement?
It's half movement.
Half movement.
Oh, and by the way, now that you're inside of this water, roll 2d6.
Okay.
Gain 10 temporary hit points.
Okay, that replaces my 5, so that's good. But yeah. 80, so bonus action, dashing, so 80, 40. And,
All right.
no,
If you
technically,
use-
45.
So you use your movement speed, and then you action grapple, and now bonus action dash with him here. Okay.
Yes.
So
Alright.
it's reduced by half then.
Yes.
25.
But that's,
Yeah.
but that I still have 90 feet of movement left.
How much? Wait, how much did you just move?
So I have 40 with feline tabaxi, feline agility. That doubles all my movement.
So 80.
So 80. Then it was 70 to get over here. So I have 10 left.
Yes.
But it's halved. So another 80 plus 10 is 90. Divide that by 2 is 45.
Not half your total movement speed, half of the movement speed you have left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can only go 5 feet with your
Yeah.
remaining 10.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can move. Alright, then I still have my dash action for my bonus action.
And you
Which-
can also orient yourself between him and the,
Yeah, I'm not really sure how dragging works. I'm not even sure if that's a thing. I guess
It-
it is.
Force
It is.
movement, it would be
Yeah.
half movement speed. So if
Yeah.
you're using your bonus action to dash, that would
Yeah.
give you another 40 move. Wait, what's your total move? 40.
Well-
So you have if you're gonna bonus action dash, you can move 20 feet while dragging him. Actually,
Yeah,
25 with the remaining 10. So 25 feet is the most you can go right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would double your movement speed, and then your movement speed would be
Okay.
halved.
Yeah.
Well, I'm moving him out anyways.
So, yep, there's 20. So you're
Right there.
moving there.
Yep.
Right here.
All right, you would move there, dragging Rin with you.
Yes.
All right,
No!
Rin.
I'm going to. Yeah, no, fuck him. I'm digging my hand into the bag of holding, and I'm pulling out the scroll of Far Step.
There it is. There
Damn.
it is.
God damn.
I believe that's just like a bonus action Misty Step every round. If I don't have it on my sheet.
Let me find Far Step on the compendium real quick.
I think it's concentration up to 1 minute, 60-foot teleport.
Fars.
Yeah.
Far Step. Let me see. It's not in this compendium. Please hold.
It is a bonus action. It's a concentration lasts for a minute. You teleport up to 60 feet to an occupied space you see. For each of your turns before the spell ends, you can use a bonus action to teleport in this way again.
Yeah, so it's a bonus action to cast, and you get to teleport with that same cast, I believe. So yeah, every turn you can use your bonus action to teleport 60 feet maximum.
I'm going right back to Corral.
You go back.
I would like to speak out to Corral.
All right.
Corral, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if I hurt you. Please, remember, it's me. And I suppose that's my turn, trying to keep what I'm saying within 6 seconds of a round.
Roll persuasion with disadvantage.
Oh no.
Let's see all that charisma work.
Oh
You want to give me that inspiration? Oh wait, no, that wouldn't give me advantage. Shit.
That would just make it a straight roll.
Yeah, I would still make it a 14.
Oh, I'm sad that. Fuck.
It looks on to you, seemingly insulted.
You are nothing, an insult to my kind.
And at the end of your go,
Yeah. Fuck.
at the end of your turn, it would move to make a attack against you. One moment, as you see a almighty tail come forth with a 13 to hit. That's would swish over your head. As you can see, this thing is completely consumed by hatred. You're not really sure what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, no.
Garruk.
Keep in mind, I did scream out to all of you, don't you dare hurt them.
Yeah, but it attacked you, so...
And I'm more concerned about your safety.
Yeah. I don't know this creature, I know you, and unfortunately, we didn't get any context, so we'll have to make up our own minds now. Well, that crown, DM. It's attached to its head, yes?
Seems to be that way, yes.
Metallic, yes?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
How
Oh,
heavy
no.
the crown sits.
It looks pretty heavy.
Heat metal.
Oh,
Shit. Oh.
At third level.
Oh my god.
Upon its heavy crown.
Ooh.
All right. And heavy is the crown. Ping it. What kind of save is this?
It is
Con
a
save.
Constitution save.
It rolled a 24.
Woof.
All right. Let's see.
Can it drop the object?
Let me see. Cast a spell. It can. If it doesn't drop it, it's disadvantage on attack rolls. Yeah, I would say that it stays on its head, given it's fixed on there, and it passed the save. It's still going to take that damage, though.
Yep. And I'm gonna get myself some cover. So, these places like here, like this is like a lip or something. I take it.
That's like a big ring that's supported by those pillars. You can think of it that way.
If I got behind the pillars, that would give me cover. Yes.
Yeah, it's something. Like,
Alright,
you would
cool.
get what is it, quarter cover or half cover, whatever it is, like a plus
yeah.
2.
Half cover, three quarters cover, and
Yeah,
then
that's
full
half,
cover.
3/4, and full cover.
Half then. That's what I was thinking of.
All right, cool. Well, there's not really a step I can get on to like properly hide behind it, but seeing as it's between, but yeah, that.
All right.
And that is my turn, I think.
All right. At the end of your turn, let me see. Another tail attack is going towards Rin
Disadvantage.
and would miss again as Rin is in a fight or flight mode that, Rin, you have never felt before. You feel like your heart's going to burst out of your chest. And that would bring us to the Proto Shield Guardian.
Remember when I said tag thing?
Okay, how far can this thing move? 30 feet. I think this thing is just gonna... Yeah, it's just gonna dash into the circle. 60 feet.
All right. And it would end its turn there?
Yes.
All right, as it comes barreling down with the heavy footfalls. Cobweb.
Hey, buddy.
Oh boy, here it
Oh
comes.
boy.
All right. So here, let me see. Yeah, okay. Gummy is going to run right up beside. There we go.
You cut out.
Gummy is going to run up or Cobweb rather. He's going to run up right beside Vishanti, and he's going to look at him. He's going to give him a nod.
Cobweb, go beyond.
And he's going to activate his giant might feature.
His feature becomes a big lad, right?
Yeah, he's large size now.
All right. Everyone would hear the strange activation of the runes upon Cobweb's wrist, as there is a whirring of magic, as there is a transformation that takes place as these runes would encompass his veins, as he changes form and becomes much more foreboding than previously observed.
Jesus
Oh.
Christ!
That boy got thick.
Sorry, what?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh my god.
This is really all I could do, unless I wanted to like throw Vishanti at it, but I don't think that would work very well.
Woo, thick boy army, let's go.
Oh, we need
but-
fucking enlarge or reduce now to make him a huge size.
What do I have? I have hand axes, I think. Let me see. Sorry. Inventory. Yeah, I got a hand axe. So I'm just gonna fucking chuck it. Yeah.
All right, you're throwing your hand axe at this thing.
Yeah.
All right, make your attack roll. As you go to do this,
Aye. Okay.
Ooh.
it would enter this water, would lose all its momentum, and would clang onto the ground.
Sploosh.
Well, that did a whole lot of nothing. All right, that's my third.
Rin, you have one final attack coming your way from this eldritch being.
Do you not have more than one attack in a turn?
What's up?
I'm asking Muda if he has more than one attack.
Oh.
Because we are level 5 now, right?
He may have multi-class.
Oh,
Well,
Maybe.
the thing is, I can't draw. The thing is, I use my bonus action to draw the weapon and then chuck it. Is the thing. I don't have that feat. Yeah.
Let me see. Bonus proficiencies. Yeah, I think you're right. Anyways, 27 to hit, Rin.
Yeah.
As this thing would smack you with a tremendous amount of force, you take 15 bludgeoning damage.
does it have disadvantage on that strike?
Let me see. Well, oh yeah, it still managed to hit him one. Oh yeah, that crown is in fact red hot, creating a series of bubbles and steam from within this water. And that brings us to Dagny.
Alright, yeah, Dagny. There's not much she can do at the moment. She's, yeah, she's gonna run up beside her shield guardian here. She will say to Rin, Rin, what do we do?
Do I have an opportunity to respond?
Yes. Briefly.
Don't attack!
Okay, okay, she's not gonna attack, so... She is just going to hold... Yeah, she's just gonna hold a firebolt if the creature attempts to come towards her in any malicious manner.
All right. And that's your go?
Yes.
Corral would flare up its tentacles, looking down upon Rin.
How dare you kill my good sinners! There is no butchering my brothers and sisters!
as there's a barrage of attacks coming your way. And I will say, I'll rule this as like bonus action / reaction. It is going to violently shake its head as that red hot crown would be flung off of its forehead and would clang on the ground, still creating a bubble column because it's glowing inside of water, and would then make an attack thrice. Let's see how we do. What's your AC?
18.
All right, so a 22 and a 21 would both hit you,
Alright.
as you take a grand total of, let's see, 22 bludgeoning damage as you are being assailed by this creature's wrath. And that is the end of its
22%.
turn. Yes. And that would bring us back to Vishanti.
Vishanti is going to hold his action to move out of the way of any like AoE attacks or anything that's coming his way that would cause him harm. And then he's going to say, "This one needs to know. Rin, take off your helmet." Because he
All right.
that's the turn.
You're just taking the dodge action?
No. I could do the dodge action. No,
Yeah, that's-
his actions to... He's holding his action to dash out of the way of anything. So if, like, an AoE comes in, like a tidal wave, I'm just going to move either, like, to the left 80 feet or to the right 80 feet. No, 40
You're
feet. 40 feet.
Effectively describing the dodge action to have advantage again, or have an attack at disadvantage. I don't think you can withhold movement, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't.
I think...
Or maybe I could be wrong.
Unfortunately, movement is not an action type.
Yeah, no, it has to
that you
be.
can hold. Movement is just movement, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're gonna have to move on your turn or take the dodge actions, what that comes down to.
Basically.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
moving to like the opposite side or something will probably get you out of an AoE, yeah.
You can go behind one of the pillars, yeah.
Yeah, there's some cover.
I'm just staying where I am.
Okay, you are staying where you are. Rin,
I have a question. That burning
Yes.
crown, did it hurt him at all?
yes. There's some
Obviously.
you detected that it caused some discomfort as he shook it off.
Yeah. I'm going to reach out and cast a healing spray from the suit on Corral. Let's see, I am casting... Cure Wounds at 2nd level. On Corral.
Okay. And what little damage was done to it is mended, as those very minor burn marks are mended atop its head. You really don't see any reaction from him in terms of his like a physical response. He's enraged.
I'm speaking to him as I'm doing this as well. Corral, this isn't a trick or some deception. It's me, For Sharon. I finally found you. Please, listen.
The creature would look down at you hatefully once again.
How dare you speak its name? The creature Forcerin lies behind me. You are a labyrinth created by its murderer.
Wait, what was the name you said?
For Sharon?
You can type that in chat if you want. Tail attack's coming at you.
Yeah. Also, forgot to mention, I did bonus action armorer thing for 10 hit points.
Repeat that?
I did the bonus action to give myself 5 temp HP.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah.
That's fair. And attack coming your way.
Oh,
for a
do I-
26.
Yeah. Do I not make
as a reaction-
persuasion? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, roll persuasion at disadvantage for that, because that is that's a hard sell, evidently. But yeah, you can roll. Meanwhile, this attack will hit you for 26, unless you got something up your sleeve.
I do. Could I bonus, or not bonus action, but reaction to use the cloud rune to reflect it back?
Wow.
Oh my god. Tactic, please give me inspiration! Give me your inspiration, please!
I mean, that's not that bad.
The nat 20, the first.
Oh, yeah.
If it's the first roll, it counts on disadvantage.
Let me see.
Well, you gotta declare that before you roll, not after.
So yeah, that attack would hit. What do you wanted to use your reaction, Cobweb? What are you
Yes.
doing?
I'm using the cloud rune. Here, let me read it out for you. Right here. Okay. In addition, when you or a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to invoke this rune and choose a different creature within 30 feet of you, other than the attacker. Oh, I can't. Oh, well, I'll take the damage. Why not?
As a DM suggestion, the Shield Guardian is a
Oh, the
creature.
shield guard. Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh,
Sure.
wait, the shield guardian can do that?
It can be the recipient of a damage. It's a creature, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. Why
Yeah.
not?
Yeah. All right. So the 16 bludgeoning damage would go towards the Shield Guardian as a
Okay.
rune protects Rin.
Okay.
And you would see your words intermingle with all of the rage in its head, and you just seem to have been causing it more pain, as it referred to the body behind it as Forsharin. Garrock.
Well, it clearly doesn't want to calm down, so we gotta put it out with misery.
Oh, damn.
So I'm gonna ask this, just so I don't go wasting a turn. This magical circle is like just that, right? A big old fucking magical circle.
You're talking about this whole surrounding ring?
Yeah, like this
Yeah,
is a lot of magic, right?
It's so far above beyond your head, you don't have the faintest idea what you're looking at.
So I'm gonna take a wild guess, just because I have it available, that the spell magic probably wouldn't work if I tried to use that here.
Your DM is telling you that would be a complete and total waste.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought I would ask you just so we don't waste time. Alright, fair enough. Well, in that case, we'll go over to every different option.
You could heal me. That would be nice. Don't want to backseat you, but yeah.
It's guiding bolt time, I guess.
All right.
Wow. That's the
nice.
first time you rolled a nat 1 on
That is
that.
the first time
Wow.
I'm rolling that one. That is a shame. Oh well.
Kinda
Rest.
nutty.
It happens. Oh well.
You would see the enraged Corral almost do a sort of contorted flip in the water as it would perfectly circle around your guiding bolt that would clear the water and would impact a pillar and would return to its enraged assailing over Rin. And speaking of which, another attack is coming towards Rin again. That is a 21 to hit. You take 13 bludgeoning damage as you are smacked with tremendous force from the tail of Corral.
13?
13. Alright. The Proto Shield Guardian.
Okay, the shield guardian is... Oh my lord. Because I don't want it attacking it. Rin told me not to hurt it. So...
The Proto Shield Guardian's got 18 strength and 2 working hands.
Okay. The shield guardian is going to rush forward and attempt to shove this thing away.
All right. Let's see. It doesn't have any proficiency, so just make a strength check for the Proto Shield Guardian.
Come on, baby. Ah.
Ooh. Let's see how our fish boy does.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Unfortunately, your shove would be uneventful, as it too would move out of the way of its hands, expertly dodging away. This thing is quite nimble for its size.
So it gains plus 5 HP on its turns. But that's all it's gonna do.
Mm-hmm. And once again, tails coming at you. That is a 16, so I imagine that will not hit you.
Nope.
As you would manage to duck, almost adopting its nimbleness, as it looks at you and would spit fiery words at you once again.
You are nothing but the culmination of a test tube. I won't stand for it. I will avenge my family.
Dagny. Or wait a minute, that was Cobweb's turn. I totally skipped over you. My bad.
Muda.
I think you're muted.
Whoops, my bad. So he's going to move. He's going to move up and next to Rin.
All right.
And this is a gargantuan creature, yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy. So I don't think a grapple would work.
Well, you can certainly try.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of appendages.
Yeah, that grapple would be juicy. How about this? Could I? Yeah, I'll make. Yeah, I'll make 2 fist attacks, and then for a bonus action, I will try to grapple because of Tavern Brawler.
All right. Go ahead and roll.
All right.
Which, by the way, this creature is looking not beat up at all.
Yeah. Oh, whoops. And that's plus 1d6 because of Giant Smite.
I'll have to update your sheet so it doesn't auto-roll damage, but 16 hits, as it would take the... I'm assuming that's bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
All right.
And then... Oh, I did 2d6. God damn it. I'm all thumbs today. I don't know what it is.
Oh, you're good. You're getting the hang of it. You'll get the hang of it.
Let me see. Is this 2d6 extra damage?
It's 1d6 extra damage. There we go.
Oh, all right. Hey!
That's
You rolled max. As it would take the extra 6. All right.
Can I say something as he rushes over and starts hitting him?
Yes.
Rin is going to scream out in fury. Oh, 1 second.
Yep.
Voice mod's being shitty.
Been there, done that.
Don't you dare hurt my child! Get away!
No.
How about now?
No, lol. Anyway.
Anyway, here's Wonderwall.
Really feeling the serious
Oh.
RP.
Here, whoops. And then, for my second attack. Ah. Oof.
Ooh.
That would whiff.
Yeah. Grapple check?
Yeah, go ahead and roll. I believe you're rolling athletics.
Yep. Ah.
Oh my.
Wow.
Let's go.
Wait,
Let's make this
question.
public. Let's see how he does.
Wait, question. Is he even able to contest?
Yes.
Yes, it's the crit on that isn't like necessarily an auto success. You still have to factor in the numbers. But you would get a successful grapple As you lunge forward after your 2 whiffs, it thinks that you're reeling back from your attacks, but you would get the underside of it and grab 2 of its tentacles firmly, preventing them from assailing Rin.
Has to be the weirdest
Okay.
mustache.
Could I
I've
move
ever
him?
had.
Could I move him to this side so that he does not have access to them?
How much movement do you have?
Well, I used 30 feet of it to get up here, but I was yeah.
Yeah, if you're gonna force this thing to movement, you would be having to use your movement for it. And because this thing is enormous, it would be quarter movement.
Fair enough. Alrighty.
Anything else?
Yeah, that's Cobweb's turn.
If I'm counting correctly, we'd still got one more tail attack that's going towards Rin. It would whiff once again. As it is Corral's turn proper.
Dagny hasn't gone yet
Oh, what the fuck? How did that go?
because you did a legendary action before and you skipped Cobweb.
Oh, that's right. The combat, I messed it up because I clicked it twice. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Okay, Dagny is gonna go ahead and run up behind Rin. And, seeing this thing of rage, claiming that, Dagny is going what she believes is her best judgment, and she will say to Rin, Rin, I don't think it understands. You have to show your face.
Well, there's a problem with that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
In terms of actual things, Rin is too fixated on what's in front of them.
Too fixated on not getting slapped to death.
Like, Rin, I have to let you out, please. If you don't, this thing will kill you.
I guess I'll have to wait for my turn to do that.
She's gonna hold her action to open the suit when Rin gives her the okay.
All right. As you position yourself behind Rin. And you would see Corral with the rage still flowing through its eyes. It would, with its 2 remaining free tentacles, would move them in a very particular way.
Oh no.
And you would see, as it completes this strange ritual, that there is a shift in the room as water begins falling from the ceiling. And the energy among its tentacles would reach its maximum as there would be a sparking between them and a sudden loud Rin, Dagny, dex saves.
Scooby Dooby, I wanna die.
Oh shoot!
That-
It's lightning bolt.
Oh, that's a 14. Was that a 14? I'm also going to, what is it?
Oh, thank God.
Use my arcane deflection. To give me a
Okay.
+4 to that save.
Yeah, that
Let me
14
see.
into an 18. Nice.
It gives you, what's your total count, Dagny?
I rolled a 14 +4, so that's 18.
You would succeed. Rin, you would fail. Let's see how we did.
Had a lot of 5s.
As Rin, you take the full 27 lightning damage, and Dagny, you take half.
So half of 27 is 13. Can the Shield Guardian take half of Rin's damage?
No, it has to be the user that is wearing the amulet. Unless
Okay.
if you suddenly put the amulet around his neck.
could have didn't think of that.
Which I will
sorry.
say, you have it prepared. You have a held action here to assist Rin. So if you want to do that before the damage is applied, I will be nice and let you do so.
Yeah, I will do that.
All right. As you seeing this thing well up an attack would sacrifice your own protection, applying it to Rin. As Rin, you are now taking half, and the Shield Guardian takes the other half. So go ahead and apply that. 13 to
13.
Actually, wait a minute. Yeah, it's half of half. So you're taking 6, and the shield. Actually, wait a minute. You took. I am confusing myself. No, you failed. My mistake. 13 to both Rin and the Proto Shield Guardian. Excuse me.
Yes.
And Dagny, you also take 13, I believe.
Yeah, I already did that.
Yes. Okay.
Not sure of the temp health, but just factor that in. Pretty sure that. I'm at 1. Oof.
And it continues to speak.
You killed so many, and now you wear our skin. To think as if you hadn't taken enough from me.
Can I talk at all?
Yes, you may speak.
I'm not sure if I need to like regulate it to my turn or not. But I'm gonna speak again. I don't know how I ended up in this body, but it's my mind, my soul, my love for you. Please see it. This isn't a trick.
Again, roll persuasion with disadvantage.
I'm on a die.
Okay.
No!
Vishanti.
Yes.
Kick its ass.
This one has tried his best. But there's only so much a father can grieve. I don't know why I went that accent, but okay. So I'm just gonna move over here. Free
I'm now
action.
Scottish and talk in the third person.
Take out the
Also,
bow.
I'm sorry, Dagny, you entered the water for the first time. I'm not sure how long ago. I'll just say that it comes into effect now. Roll 2d6, gain it as temporary hit points.
Okay.
Oh, could I do that as well?
Yes.
Sick.
10. So that would actually.
Mid.
So I would actually
Better than nothing.
make
Yeah.
it.
Okay, well, that's over. He pulls out his bow, draws it back, shoots an arrow.
All right.
His grief. This one's grief blinds him like it did humanity's. Nice.
That's a hit.
Oh,
And then I'm gonna do it again.
All right. Damn, you got a +8. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And that's
I'm
also
really
a
good
hit.
at 2 things. Everything else, not too. We don't want to talk about that.
As your arrows would sink into its forehead. All right. And you guessed it, it's going after Rin once again with the tail attack. And would miss as your heart is redlining at this point. One more hit from this thing and you may lose your ability to reason with it, if you even have it to begin with. It's your turn.
Alright, I am on my last leg, so commanding my suit to filter in a level 2 cure wounds. To get 12 HP back.
You do so. As your emergency services within your own suit would tend to the crushing blows that have been sustained. You're too in the heat of the moment to check how your suit's actually doing, but for one thing, you're such in an emotionally heightened state you don't care, and you're also in water. So be it.
Yeah, and then bonus action activating suit defenses for 5 temp HP. So that's action and bonus action, but I am just continuing to talk.
All right.
Please, Corral. I can't lose you. I've already lost Mayor's Bloom. Rosa, how many more children are lost to me? Look into my eyes. See the truth. Look again. As I'm having the suit's helmet, bionicle, retract, because it can't do that, apparently.
Roll persuasion straight this time.
Do you need an action to get out of your suit or some shit?
Nope. For the helmet, it's specific. I can just have it retract or overtract. Like Dead Space. Please. Oh my god.
That's great.
Can I give Rin my inspiration?
You certainly can.
Reroll it.
Oh boy.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Oh, so close.
You see Corral in his anger is shook. Still fixated on you, still burning anger, but it would respond to your plea.
How can you speak like foreshadowing? You're not them. You are not my progenitor. They lie with a string of light clinging to them behind me. You did this. Why me?
And that is the end of your turn. Garrock.
Ah, finally. Right, let's see here. What's the distance on that? Good 60 feet. Okay. We're gonna have to get closer. Oh wow. It do be what it do be. Right, how do I measure and move at the same time? 2, 3, 6, 30. Over to there. And that should be lovely, nice and close. Well, seeing as the ground's gone, we might as well switch to something useful. And, we're gonna cast ourselves a level 3 spiritual weapon.
Oh my god.
And I don't know, we'll just put it like for there. Whoa!
Oh, it's a crit!
Go!
There it is!
There it is! Let's go!
Feeling an increasing sense of urgency, you, with a flick of the wrist, would manifest your spiritual weapon as
Actually, it's only roll 2d8, so
That's not a crit is.
Yeah.
yeah, but I upscaled it to level 3.
Oh, so it
Oh,
gets two more
boy.
D8. It gets two more D8s. So
All right, roll 2d8. We'll add it to the roll.
Here I am trying to talk them down. Meanwhile, Garrock,
That's
here I go
21.
killing again.
Let's see here.
Look, it's trying to kill you, buddy.
Well,
Yeah,
I believe that
only
is
What's the problem?
21.
Whack.
As your weapon, in a buzzsaw fury, would spin forth and would assail its body to great effect. Definitely doing some
And,
damage.
Main action, Toll the Dead.
All right, ping it. It will make a wisdom save.
I need to update that to
It passes.
D12, I think. But
Oh, no
it
damage.
passed anyway.
So unfortunately, it would your Toll of the Dead would be drowned among the lifeblood water, as your necrotic energy is completely nullified.
Oh no.
Does not work.
I want to
Anyway.
again. Once again, yell at them.
All right.
Stand down now! Immediately, do not hurt them!
Silence!
Yeah, a tail attack is coming at you.
Okay.
Okay.
Miss. Damn, it's rolling low. You're lucky.
And also, do I get a response to that?
Yeah, you can respond. Reaction.
I'll stop attacking it when it stops trying to kill you.
it's enraged. You have the capability of doing that.
Who enraged it?
Anyways,
And I'm just gonna keep swinging.
Alright. That would be the end of your turn, Garok. Yes? Yep. And it technically attacked at the end of your turn, whatever. Proto Shield Guardian.
Okay, it's
Oh wait, I'm in control of it now, because I have the thing, right?
yeah.
You are in control of it now, yes, that is correct.
Oh good. Fuck him up!
Oh boy.
What?
Oh, no.
Oh no!
It's endgame, baby.
I want this thing to grab Garok and pin him down to the ground. I want him to stop attacking Corral now, this fucking instant.
Alright, so we will constitute this as a going for a grapple. So go ahead and make your contesting rolls, you two.
Yeah, sounds like a grapple check.
Yep.
Oh my god, I should have somebody else roll.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen.
As it almost seems like the Guardian has had a change of heart, Garok, as you are able to dodge out of the big winding hand.
I constructed half of this creature. I know how it works.
Exactly. And at the end of its go, one more attack is coming towards Rin. Now keep in mind the half damage is going towards the Proto Shield Guardian, as you have that. This attack is... For fuck's sakes, dude! Stop rolling 4s and 3s, you piece of shit!
Oh,
Runs in the family, bad rolls!
I guess
Yeah.
so! Fuck!
yeah.
Never mind! Lord Cobweb, you have the floor.
Let's go. Okay.
Yeah, we got a whole civil war going on now.
But who's there?
I imagine Cobweb's got it by the tail, maybe. You know,
You have a
he's just-
grasp on 2 tentacles.
He
I
got his
got you.
mustache.
He's going to try to swing him in out of melee range of Rin. If you can.
Okay, so we'll say, yeah, quarter movement. So it's, let's see, 15 feet of movement, I think.
Yeah. So would that be enough to?
Or
To get
hold on a
him-
second. I'd say like you can, like if you want. I'm trying to think about this because you're moving a large creature here.
Yeah. Or if not, I just want to push him back, you know, towards
I'll
the.
say you can push him 5 feet, like this, if you're gonna like do one of these, and you're gonna move with him.
Gotcha. Oh, oops.
Never
Okay.
mind. He has long tentacles. And you're still grabbing onto 2 of them.
Mhm.
Let me see. And they're pretty long, so you might have to do that one more time to completely get him away from Rin. But
Gotcha.
it is working. That is your movement, I believe.
Yeah. Gummy is going to shout to Rin, "Get back! We have to restrain him!" Yeah, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I thought I cut out for a second. My bad.
No,
Very good.
no, you're good.
Oh, and he's grappled at the beginning of my turn. He takes 1d4 damage.
All right, you may roll.
Nice.
Oh, whoops. Whoops. There we go.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Hey.
Hey.
All right.
I'm debating on whether or not I want to keep attacking.
It's your call.
It's floating. I don't think I can prone it.
No, that would be impossible. You're technically all in water right now.
I have an idea. Okay, so I'm going to make one unarmed strike attack, and I'm going to invoke the fire rune. It has to make a strength save, beating 13, or be restrained.
Okay. So what you used your movement so far, and the D4 was a part of the restraint. I'm assuming that's a feature you have.
Yeah, it's a tavern brawler, or not tavern brawler, but it's the unarmed fighting style.
So so you still have your bonus and main action. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead and ping that.
Oh, gotcha.
I can react to it.
We get to see all his fun abilities.
How do I do that?
If you have
when
it
you-
as a feature, you should just be able to click it and it'll come up.
Features tab, and then like if you hover your mouse over the icon that your ability has, it turns to a D20. Press the D20, it'll ping it in chat.
Oh. Okay.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, I'm gonna make a unarmed with the.
Actually, yeah, you would know because I did just scream it out. Stop hurting my kid!
Yes, we know. We've heard you say it multiple times on everyone's turn so far.
I need
I'm trying. Gentle ain't exactly my middle name.
I need to kill Garrock now.
Yeesh.
Man, this is going real well.
All right. So what else are you doing here?
That's 4. Plus 1d6.
That would miss your 13.
Oh, it would. Oh,
Yes.
Whoops.
That does not hit.
Alrighty. Second attack then. Ah, there it is.
Ouch!
Oh my god.
Damn.
That one and minimum damage. Wow, what a
Man.
roll.
In
Never
its
mind.
in its increasingly conflicted rage, it seems that a good part of the anger that this creature shares is now falling a bit upon you, as the resistance of this creature is rapidly increasing to you, Cobweb. And upon the end of your turn, Rin's still in reach. Here comes a tail attack. 24 to hit.
Oh shit.
The damage total is 13, so half of that goes to the Shield Guardian, remember? So 6 and 6. Yep. And it would speak to you, Cobweb.
Insolence! You dare interfere, I will put you down like the vermin you are!
You know, from this angle, you don't look so fucking big.
Nice.
Man, you know, I'm liking Cobweb a lot more. Every second he's in this body.
Thank you.
Dagny.
All right. Dagny at this point is going to interpose herself between Rin and Corral. She will stand in front of Rin, arms out to her sides as if to try and block Corral, and she will say, "Listen to what they say. They speak truth. They told me. If you don't believe me, then look into my mind. See the story that they told me."
Yeah, I was gonna go all.
Persuasion.
Oh god. 11.
Its face continues to contort. Its reaction is a bit unknown at this point. There's a lot going through its head. Which brings us to its turn proper. Let's see.
Oh boy, here comes the ass kicking.
Hey, Cobweb.
What's up?
Oh,
You would see this creature turn towards you, and the grip you have on its tentacles, you would see that the two tentacles you're holding would stop trying to get away from you, and you would see the ends of them actually wrap around each of your wrists, and its eyes would glow hypnotically. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, fuck.
uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, we're gonna have more things fighting on its side at this rate. Yay! Because I didn't already have enough challenge.
Hey. It's gotta be Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Hey! That's a failure!
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So, you have become magically charmed by Corral. Let me see. The charmed target is under the Aboleth's control and can't take reactions, and the Aboleth and the target can communicate telepathically, that's fine. Whenever the charmed target takes damage, the target can repeat the saving throw, so if you get hurt, you can try to break free, but otherwise, no. Let's see. Alright, so you basically have been beguiled as this creature, having already established a link to your mind and having the physical touch established in your grapple, you stand no chance as your demeanor completely changes as... Why are you fighting Corral? These disgusting mortals are the problem. Your new target is
buddy.
Rin. That would end your
Sorry.
grapple too.
Sorry, buddy.
And that is Corral's go. Vishanti. And everyone would see their leaders.
Friends! Not deal with this bullshit!
Oh, this is great.
What?
Who are you saying that to, Corral?
No!
Everyone out loud.
Shanti
Fuck!
Just
he
in general.
just says this out loud, like,
Sorry,
Okay.
What did he say? What did he say?
He says, sure, let's go out, see the world.
have some
Believe
fun,
me.
make some friends, make new
Believe me,
memories.
I wasn't planning on being attacked by my friends today either, but here I am.
He's just going to hold his action to make it an arrow attack because he's just like, this one is so confused. I don't know what to do.
Yeah,
So-
there's a lot happening right now.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and you have no context for any of it.
Yeah, I know. So Vishanti's like,
I mean,
Who's
you can
my
hit
friend?
me.
who's my friend and who's my foe?
No
I want my blade.
Kill him again! Kill him again!
question.
Then ends my turn with my action held to shoot an arrow at. I don't fucking know. There's no trigger. That's up to you, DM.
I mean,
Just when something crazy happens.
you can see a craziness in Cobweb's eyes, and he's looking at Rin with some not so great intentions. The grapple's released. Corral is also eyeing the two that are in front of him. Garrock is being assailed by the Shield Guardian. This is all going to hell in a handbasket rather quickly. So you can choose to do whatever you'd like, and you can make sense of it as you see fit.
All right, that you re-explain the situation. I'm going to take a shot, one at each, at Corral and Cobweb.
Okay, roll your attack.
Oh my god. See the one?
Alright, what's the comedy crit gonna go?
First one's for Corral.
Okay. Your shot hits.
And this
Nice.
one is for Cobweb.
Hey, nice.
That'll hit.
Yeah. Wizzy save?
You may re-roll your Wisdom saving throw
Gotcha.
as you just took damage. Do you know how to do that?
Yeah, I'm just a little slow.
That's okay. Yeah, you hover over Wisdom on the top, and there you go.
Oh.
Hey, that's a success!
Let's go.
As your beguilement would end, as those intrusive thoughts, an arrow sinks into your shoulder, and the wince of pain would strike you to your head, and for a second, you kind of forget what you were supposed to do again. So you're a little confused. You're like, wait, what? What?
Wait,
Wait,
hold on.
Very nice. And let me see. The end of Vishanti's turn.
Yep,
Agni, you
that's my
are
turn.
very much in the way.
So is
Yeah.
Cobweb still under the control?
That is
Cobweb
the
is free
intent.
from his control of the
Oh, good.
aboleth. So,
Cool.
tail attack is going towards Dagny. Fucking 11. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, no.
God. Ugh, Ren.
Oh god. Like,
Rin,
I'm talking. The helmet's open, like you asked.
Yeah.
But fucking. Jesus Christ, like headbutting my fucking. A brick wall here.
Yes.
It seems as though talking is a slow and
That's why
agonizing
talking is
process.
Rin, you need to decide. You need to decide. Otherwise, it will kill you. I can't lose you. Please. Don't make me go through that pain again.
shit. Anyway, during this time, B-Man, it's pretty much been said by Corral that that's Forsharen's body in the pool with us.
Without a doubt.
What state is it in during the time previously before this shit began, and during this time as well? What the state it's in?
Lifeless. It's in this pool, but you're not really sure what that means, because the magic taking place here, again, is extremely far over your head. So what a dead body like that does in a pool like this over an extremely long period of time, it's anyone's guess. But you do feel an odd... It's like you're looking in a mirror when you stare at this thing.
God damn it, this is probably a dumb move, but I'm gonna try it anyway. First and foremost, here's my last thing for 10 HP.
Alright.
I wanted to scoot over to essentially my body, I guess. And I don't know. I'm not really sure how to describe this. And it's probably going to sound extremely stupid and not make sense, but is there any way to reach my mind out to that body and essentially get back into my own skin?
This is a giant corpse, essentially, that you're looking at. The only thing that you really have to go off of right now is a low-hanging tentacle. You're not necessarily a telepathic creature in your current state.
So that's a no then.
Well, to reach out with your minds, keyword minds.
Yeah, I suppose, fuck. I'll try and dig my actual remaining hand out of this suit and make physical contact with that body.
Oh god. Okay. You would reach out of the open helmet that you have as you make contacts with your only remaining limb as you would touch the tentacle on this corpse. And there is a sudden shift in your mind as your current body goes cold. And a different body begins to quake as you feel your mind being ripped in half between two different perspectives. It's an excruciating amount of pain. But Forsharen, you're in control.
Oh my god!
Well, I see. So, the mind is split between these two bodies.
It's as if you're projecting your mind into Seeker, in a sense, but the machinations going on here are so far beyond your understanding. But you feel an intrinsic connection to this body.
Alright. I want to have my other body, or rather my original body, to rise up into the air. The tentacle that's grasping the other one, wrapping around this humanoid body tightly and tugging it away behind them on their back to protect them as it rises up into the air.
You do so. This body's extremely difficult to move beyond where it resides, but control is established nonetheless.
I'm going to speak out with my real one. Give me a minute while I'm bringing voice bot. Sorry, it's taking a bit. Voice bot's an asshole.
No.
Enough! Corral! Is this not evidence enough for you? Listen to me, my child. Do not let this rage blind you.
Roll persuasion with advantage.
Holy fuck.
Okay. Can I select? I want to use this body, but am I using my OG stats?
You can use the stats of the body that you're currently using to speak.
I only have the background tab on this body.
I see. Let me fix that for you. Take a second look, everybody.
Yeah.
There it is.
Alright. Yeah. Persuasion with advantage, you said.
Yes.
Holy shit.
$24. Corral would look onto you. Its eyes are bewildered now, as you have stoked the pain and added a significant amount of confusion to everything going on inside its head.
What is this? What are you doing? I don't understand. What are you?
Is that your go?
Can I continue talking?
Briefly.
I am your progenitor, Corral. Listen to reason. I don't want to see you get hurt anymore.
Your words echo through the entirety of this sanctum. You would feel Corral as there's a shift in this water that's currently encompassing all parties' concerns. And you feel as an extreme emotional strain is felt in his head. It is reflected in the entirety of this place. You're breaking through. Garrock.
Garrock, don't hurt it!
Oh, during this time, the command for the Proto Shield Guardian is still in effect of stop him from attacking.
Alright, contesting checks for being grappled. Garrock?
Yeah, but are you even in your fucking body at the minute?
Yeah, like
Can you give
halfway.
commands?
I'm like 50-50.
Well, it's either a yes or a no, my guy.
Well, B-Man said I'm still in control of the Guardian.
I mean, the body with the amulet on it, you'd still have control, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a split control.
Yeah, that's still not happening, buddy.
Oh, God. But honestly, you're seeing things are different, as the other one is coming alive.
Yeah, that's not adding more horror to the situation. No.
That can only be a good thing.
Yeah, you know, from like multiple people's outside perspective at this point, you've literally taken over a monstrosity being's body and commanded it to be your son. And at no point have you ever tried to befriend Garrick. All you've done is shout and threaten him through most of this campaign.
Yeah.
Believe it or not,
Harm you.
much like a Telltale game, these decisions have weight. And
Garrick,
unfortunately for you, whereas Garrick worships something unwieldy, you are the unwieldy thing.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Oh,
see,
God.
that's the thing. you decided that you needed to worry about everything Garruk was doing, but you wouldn't reciprocate your own. So, Garruk is remembering this.
Yes!
And I feel like that's just how things are going to go.
Okay, make your turn then. Fuck.
Alright, cool. I thought I would explain this.
All right, your points have been made, and Garruk has made his decision as well. What are your actions?
Well, bonus action. The smite cometh.
The smite cometh. Roll.
The smite cometh. So what is this? Do I just roll it again? Let me click the spell. Oh wait, no. If I click the spell, it does the thing again. So I'm just gonna
You
roll
can- you can-
20.
I mean, you can uncheck it to not use the spell slot, so.
Yeah, but then it puts another one on the screen map again, and it adds to the fucking confusion. So I'm just gonna roll it manually.
Okay.
1d20 plus my spell casting ability for hitting it, I think, right?
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Pick a melee spell attack, so that adds my proficiency as well.
Oh fuck, I just realized that a shield guardian has its own turn and not after mine. Well, that's fine.
It doesn't really matter all that much. We'll just
Yeah.
skip over the. What was that? Is that a 17 to make an attack roll?
Yeah, 17 attack roll.
Who are you attacking?
The creature still.
Corral, big fish guy. 17 is a hit.
Alright, cool.
I believe you're doing 2d8 plus
So that was that was a d8, right? So it's 2d8 in this case.
2d8
That's
plus your
three.
whiz.
So an additional 6 damage.
6 damage. All right. As the pain would course through its body.
Main action. Yeah. Well, this will entirely depend on what the Shield Guardian does, but let's see what happens. I'm gonna help my new friends, I guess. The Shield Guardian's an enemy in this instance, I suppose. So let's see here. Okay, that works. So I'm gonna go around the Shield Guardian. What's its range of hit? Does it have 5 foot or 10 foot reach?
The Shield Guardian?
Yes.
That would be a 5-foot reach.
Alright, cool. Well, I need to keep my action, so it gets to make an opportunity whatever, if it wants to.
Yeah, at this point, the bot is done with your shit and is gonna try and punch you in the back of the head.
All right, make your attack roll.
Make your attack roll.
That's a fist.
Yeet. It's gonna miss.
22.
Well, I don't have 23 AC, so sure.
10
As
bludgeoning.
10 bludgeoning damage as a mighty fist would check your shoulder on your way over. However, you are now making contact with the blood, or the fucking lifeblood water. So roll 2d6.
Alright, fair enough. Before that, though, I will use a reaction while being attacked to use Stone Endurance. To roll d12 plus con modifier to reduce the damage.
All right.
What's my con? It's like +3, right? Yeah.
You should be able to click little d12 in the blur, but yeah, there you go.
Make that damage 0.
Wow. And then, yeah, you can roll a d6 now.
Now we'll gain health, actually, from doing this, apparently.
3 temp
additional-
HP.
Additional free temp, nice. How do I add that? I'm just gonna put that there, I guess. That'll do. Well, I don't really want Cobweb to be possessed again. Right, no. We're gonna roll an insight check, because I know exactly what's going to happen in the next gen, but we're gonna see if Garruk can figure that out, because I already know what Goat's going to do.
Okay.
Oh, let's see.
All right. What exactly are you inciting?
Well, I know that Goat's, well, not Goat, but I know that Rin's, as a person, is done with all of this, and most likely in their new form is going to use their new body to do more mind control shenanigans, which I've already seen happen. But I wanted to see if Garruk could figure that out. And seeing as the Shield Guardian's been slapping him, I feel like it was fair to just make a roll about it.
Okay. So you're trying to quickly assess the situation and make some sort of educated guess on what are the threats here and what is going to happen with Rin.
Yeah, basically.
So you would know that that Proto Shield Guardian was essentially attempting to restrain you, and you were very clearly heard Rin screaming not to hurt Corral. So it looks like there is definitely care that has gone into this strange eldritch creature for some reason. You're not really sure what that is. Perhaps it has something to do with his past. And as you can see here in this larger body, it is simply attempting to further prove to this eldritch creature that this is not a fight it wants to go through with. Every bit of Rin's intentions is to preserve this monster while quelling its rage. As for what that body can do, you've seen what the lesser creature can do. As for the greater, that remains to be seen. For what you think Rin might do with it, is hard to say. You'll have to think back onto how he's been treating everyone up until this point.
Like shit. Alright. Well, I was originally going to cast Protection from Evil and Good on Cobweb so he doesn't get possessed again, but given how the tide is churned once more, I'm going to cast Protection from Evil and Good on myself.
Alright. You would do so.
To protect me from all sorts of mental advances.
As you
Cast
would
this at a high level, what does that do?
cast this to give yourself reprieve from any forced influence on your minds. Not trusting any side that's partaking in this fight.
Yep.
Alright. Anything else?
Well, I've made my bonus action attack and I've used my main action to cast a spell, so yeah, I'm good. And I'm just gonna say to Cobweb at this point, I don't know what fucking going on, man, but this is all gone to hell.
I'm just gonna hold him down.
I don't think it wants to just hold you down, though.
At the end of your turn, Garrock, you would see Corral there is less rage on his face and now just confusion, pain, tied in with rage, as it doesn't know where to direct any of this anymore. And a tail attack is going towards Cobweb.
Yep.
Fuck you.
That is a 24 to hit.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
it hits.
You take 15 bludgeoning damage as this mighty tail would slice you down.
Gotcha.
It seems to be having a hard time forming words at the current moment. The Proto Shield Guardian went on Rin's turn, so we'll be skipping that. Cobweb, you're up.
Okay.
It definitely wants to kill you.
Fair enough. Okay. I'm at 27. Okay. For my bonus action, I am going to, Second Wind.
Yeah, baby.
Here it is.
Make you roll.
Yeah!
Aw.
Hey,
scheisse.
something.
Yeah, it's something, but that was not a good roll.
Fair enough.
Oh well.
Better than nothing.
Okay. So, do I want to action surge and go nuts this turn? That's the real question.
I mean,
B-Man, is my spell save based off aim for Sharon?
Yes, it's based off intelligence.
I would say yes, because I want to see what your character can do.
You know what? I'll make 2 grapple checks with my attacks. I'm not gonna attack him, but I'm just gonna make sure that he can't get closer.
You already have him grappled, though.
You know, he was released when he got enslaved.
Oh, no, fair enough.
Okay, so you can go for a single grapple check here, I'd say, and upon success, you'll be able to. Because again, he's significantly larger than you, so you can grab the 2 tentacles and essentially prevent a
okay.
multi-attack,
Yeah, okay.
just like before.
Ah. And it's at advantage because Giant Smite.
21.
It will roll.
Oh boy.
It rolled the 24.
Nice.
Ah.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
close.
okay.
You had a
Well,
great
fair
roll
enough.
too.
Yeah, you still have another attack, though.
Let me see.
Yeah. I'll make one.
This attack, because you're attacking twice here. Are you using? Hold on, let me check your sheet. Do you have extra attack? Is that where your 2 things are coming from?
Yeah, fighters get extra attack at 5th level.
Let me see here.
Yeah, that's why I asked at the start of combat.
Because I think, all right, let's see. You can attack twice instead of once when you would take the attack action. So I think how that works is when you take the attack action, you can choose to do 2 attacks, or instead of doing that split thing, you can go for a single grapple. It's not 2 grapple checks, I don't think.
The way that normally works is that you can replace an attack. Instead of doing damage, you essentially say, I want to grapple it instead with using your attack. So a fighter follows
Okay.
people who can grapple multiple times.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, so we'll treat these as attack rolls, but you can choose to grapple instead of deal damage. That's fair. Okay. So I guess moving forward, if you're going to do this, you would use your attack roll to see if you hit, rather than the contesting strength check. I think against its strength roll. I guess it's the best way to do it. So yeah, just go ahead and make an attack, and we'll consider this going for a grapple.
Oh no, this one's gonna be a regular attack.
Okay. Well, disregard that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll have to brush up on that guy. I don't know much about that, but 15. That hits.
Hey, okay. I'm going to evoke the fire rune. It takes an extra 2d6 damage, and it has to make a strength saving throw or be restrained by fiery chains.
Ooh, okay. It will make
and also that's +1. My bad. And then +2.
They rolled a 12. What's your DC?
I'm not sure if
it's
this is
13.
I'm not sure if this is possible, B-Man, but can I interpose myself between those attacks at all?
Bro, you're
cannot
barely
move-
able to hold 2 bodies together. I don't think you'd have enough to do that.
As things currently stand, you cannot move this body much, besides the tentacles.
He's restrained, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna attack him no more. He's chained down.
He would take the damage, and has now been officially restrained by these chains.
Nuts.
And you would hear it cry out.
Nothing makes sense. You humans destroy everything. I can't even have revenge on my family.
As it won't be taking any legendary actions in this condition. Dagny.
She's she will move over here, and she will say to the entity that is holding Rin's body, how do we get through to him?
Can I talk?
Yeah.
Not sure if I can.
Yes,
Okay.
you can speak.
Enough of this, all of you. I command you to stop at once.
Rin.
I
Go ahead.
no, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Rin, roll intimidation.
That's nice.
It's still on.
Whoops.
Okay.
Oi.
That's not a skill I'm proficient in, so I just make a standard check, I assume.
Yeah.
With advantage, you said? Or
No, it's a straight check.
Okay, 18.
Let me see. Everyone would be kind of chilled by the command of this. And let me make a roll for Corral real quick. Oh! You sent Corral into a panic. It can't do anything currently, but as for everyone else, the commanding voice of this previously still body is chilling. You have a very poor understanding of what this is, or if it's a threat too, but I feel like if you disobey it, it may complicate things exponentially.
All Cobweb knows is that he's bigger than him, and he's gonna immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dagny is at this point going to take the dodge action and finish by saying, "Stop attacking! You're making things worse."
Are you sure? Because things already look pretty shit to me.
I
Just
keep
stop.
getting worse because people keep fucking doing things without ever talking to anyone.
Just
Keep in
stop.
mind, we only have 6-second intervals to actually say things, and things
Yeah,
will still
no, and I
happen.
kept that nice and under 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll finish by saying, "Just stop."
All right, end of your turn. Corral is going to try to break free from these restraints. Is there a strength DC to get out of this?
It's 13.
All right. The chains hold true, as you feel like if you let this thing get out, it's gonna make things more complicated. At least in this condition, it can't do any more damage until it figures out its own mind, as your hold remains true. As Corral cannot really do much else right now. Let me see.
I mean, it can still, like, cast spells and shit. Yeah, so
Nothing that has somatic components.
yeah.
Yeah, everything he knows requires somatics. That's unfortunate. Yeah, yeah, that was his action. Vishanti, this is a mess.
You telling me that?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm glad you decided to join us on such a simple session.
You know, it was this. That's a story for another later. This one is going to also stand down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just gonna hop onto this ledge, sitting on it, facing us here. And he's gonna be like, no one's gonna believe us, in his mind. So he's gonna put down his bow and take out his painter supplies.
All right.
I don't know if I have an action to start painting, but
Bear in mind, there is rain essentially falling from the sky right now, and there is the air is thick and is flowing like water. So if you take out paint, it's just going to start floating in the air.
Ooh, that's actually really cool. I'm gonna attempt to paint like that.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually really fucking cool.
What are you painting?
I'm gonna try to make a artistic representation with the flowing water of this scene, of this battle scene.
All right, you're just going to start painting a fucking mural of this?
Yeah, my dude.
Why not? At this point.
I'm not going to pretend I understand, but sure. Just roll with your tools.
All
Well,
right.
this is PvD, I guess.
They'll be in your inventory. Look at it. There you go.
It's going to take a little while because you can't paint a painting in 6 seconds, but you got a
Yeah,
pretty good
that's
thing going. You're a natural at this.
Fuck yeah.
What the fuck? All right. Rin.
Wait, is it dexterity or intelligence? Oh, it's intelligence. That's fine.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. What'd you roll? 50? Whatever. It's fine. Just it's fine. You're doing pretty good. The DC was not high. Rin.
Forshirin is going to call out once again, a bit more calmer from the initial outburst.
No more. No more. Calm now. The dangerous past. Please stop.
One more
As-
persuasion roll with advantage for that one.
All right. I'm also simultaneously casting this. Not sure if that popped in or not.
No.
Didn't.
Oh, it's smashed. I have to plop down here first.
Oh my.
Let's see. I am targeting everyone who is hurt, which is the pitiful, smaller humanoid Grin body. Corral. Is Dagby hurt?
A little bit.
A little bit. She'll be fine.
Dagby. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everyone in this circle.
All right.
Well, I'll go ahead and make that persuasion check. We have advantage. 25.
All right, hold on. Nice. You would see Corral's flailing tendrils finally come to a stop as its eyes are shaking wildly and is going into a full-blown sense of shock, unable to fully process what's happening anymore. It seems as though its immediate aggression has fallen, as some of its wounds have been healed by you, as this wave of magic would flow over all parties concerned. Anything else?
If it helps, if I can reach a tentacle over to him. I did want to have a tentacle reach out to Corral and gently caress the side of his face to try and help calm him down.
You would do so. And Corral is in a similar state, but is focusing its eyes on this. Garrock.
So I'm going to explain the internal monologue a little bit here. I feel like that's fun.
Okay.
The fight's winding down.
It is.
Rin turned out to be an eldritch abomination all along.
I take offense to that.
He has.
Well, maybe you should stop having it be fucking true then. And also, this is my internal monologue, not yours. We've stepped into a mysterious place that is all but sapping all of the life from around it out to feed whatever this being is. But it could help us. And while Garrock does want to save the world, Rin has been nothing but unhelpful the whole fucking time.
Oh no.
So, I think a fun way to resolve this would be with the following moves. Hold action. Hold action. What's it called? Hold action, guiding bolt on the restrained creature.
Oh.
And I will say to Rin, after all you've gracefully done for me, why should I trust you now? And what happens with my hold action will entirely depend on what Rin says next.
Okay. And Rin, Rin rather, looking through your true eyes of this body that you have taken for yourself, you would see that Garrock has a powerful incantation held in his hands, looking towards Corral, goading you to some form of response.
Alright. And just to clarify, the question is, why should I trust you? Pretty much.
Yeah, why should I trust you now, specifically?
Yep.
It was always my intention to find my family. Just as it was always my intention to aid humanity.
Rin, is what you're saying here absolutely 100% true?
Initially it was.
But is it now?
And your DM is pressuring you here to be honest, because I don't know about that one.
Yeah, that is an oof.
Oh boy.
Even if he shoots off that guiding bolt, it's not like it's going to be a killing blow. It would just make me have to murder him.
Are you
Which,
aware of
with this body...
rituals?
What was
Sorry,
that, Jack?
what?
Oh,
I'm back.
just that if a creature is otherwise restrained or hopeless, there is an ability to where you can just kill it off.
You know, this is a pretty big creature.
Yeah, plus I did just kind of heal him.
Yeah, but he also can't do anything.
Not until it passes a simple strength check.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I'll add a tidbit onto that. Initially, I only sought to aid humanity. However, there are those who have harmed me and my family. An unforgivable sin. You ask if I'm worth your trust. I do not know what your mind would conjure. But as of now, for those here in this tower, if you cease hostilities, no harm will befall you. That is a promise.
You took an oath to save humanity. Are you going to hold that up? Regardless of what form you take now.
The rage within me burns at what has happened to me and mine. For those of Highshire, I do not know. I would need to learn more of them before I cast judgment. But for those who have sinned, their death is assured.
don't make me regret this decision. And I'll snap away the spell.
You would do so. Corral seems resigned. And with no active combatants remaining, combat concludes. And the strange effects on this place would begin to subside. And you would see this large eldritch creature descend to the floor and is in somewhat of a catatonic state, unable to truly grasp everything that has just happened in a matter of mere moments, which feels like an instant to this creature.
Corral. Sweet child. Rest now. Rest. I don't know what's real anymore. I just want the pain to stop. Why does there have to be people like this? Why? I do not know how some endure such horrible things. But there are those who are kind. Sleep now. We will talk once you are ready.
Make one final persuasion roll with advantage. You would see... Oh, yeah, that's right, advantage. You would see Corral slowly lift its head with a tentacle mostly restrained by the chains, but would still be able to point.
There's a problem. It's you. This body you're controlling. I don't know how you're doing it. But please stop. Foreshadowing hangs to a thread of life. The stress that you've put into it now, without anything changing here at the pillar, it's going to die. When I touched your mind, it was not madness, despite my response. I know what I saw. You are not Forsharin. You never were. Whatever you are, you were created by him. An imitation of my family, carrying its memories. But your soul, you're not Forsharin.
Your home. Was it Oshora?
It was. And it was beautiful.
Rin told me about it. How it was destroyed by humanity. And how humanity tortured her for whatever information she had. How she came to be in this body, I do not know, but they maimed her. You and she, you would be justified in your anger and revenge. But in doing so, not only would it wipe out humanity, you may end up destroying yourselves for it.
It is
Then
the
what would you
price
have?
to be paid for all this grief. This
And then what
story
was
cannot have a happy ending. Not anymore.
the lifeblood? Were you meant to control it always? Was it always meant to be this way?
What this pillar is meant to do is up to those who have its reins. There was one who humored my stance and orchestrated it to its current configuration. They knew how this machination worked. Their knowledge of the wonders of Helios were unmatched.
Name them.
I couldn't tell you. They never gave it to me.
Could you describe them?
Their body was failing. They sought to persist in a new form. They were adamant that they needed to persist in an immortal form to escape the entropy of time for some higher purpose I never knew.
Undead or celestial?
No,
Human.
not anymore, most likely.
Well. Dagny,
Yes?
I think this is one of the people that Magnus wanted us to find. The fact that it happened to also be someone belonging to Rin was a nice coincidence.
Are you from beyond the stars? Do you study the stars?
I am not. I am an entity of Helios. Like my kin. Like my progenitors.
The startographer that you spoke with, where did he go?
He never told me. And I imagine that was by design.
Did he leave anything behind? Any writings? Anything?
If he did, I never found it. He simply configured this pillar to what it is now. To sustain Forsharin's clinging life. I can't understand why. But he did.
Was Forsharin the one meant to control this place?
We never could. You don't understand. These machinations, these machines, structures, wonders, whatever you want to call them, these curious things that Helios is littered with. The entities can never control them. They can only siphon the energy they produce.
Siphon but never return it.
I wonder what would happen if we brought the core here.
But man, I have a question.
Shoot.
This is back further towards the beginning of the conversation that occurred. But they said that I'm not Forsharin, that I just have the memories and the like.
Mm-hmm.
Am I able to incite that all?
Go for it.
Okay.
With advantage. With your connection to him right now here in this pool, with the pain in its voice, there's not a hint of deception. This being is just as distraught about this idea as you are.
And there's something that's making him believe that.
Apparently.
He did mention that I should stop moving this body because it's causing problems.
It mentioned that the damage was at this point done.
Dagny at this point is just gonna look at Garrock real quick and then look into the eyes of Forsharin before stepping away, holding her hands out, palms up, and summoning the cartographer core to her hands.
You would summon the core with a... It would manifest at your whim.
She will send it down to attempt to have it charge.
You would do so. You may roll Arcana to see if you can make it go faster.
Can I help with this?
I suppose so. So, I can roll with advantage?
Mm-hmm. And a guidance if you feel like.
Yeah. With a roll of 20, yeah, you took some notes on when Mayarks had hit this thing in a few of the right spots. And you imitate that and feel like you did a pretty good job. It'll take some time to fully charge up, probably at least half an hour by your estimations, but it's doing its thing.
Well, it's going to take a bit of time. I don't know if it will work or not, but this is one shot we have.
Well, it gives us plenty of time to explain to our two new friends what the fuck just happened. I imagine they would want to know right about now.
Right.
Can we take 5 again?
Sure. If everyone's cool with it.
Yeah.
All right. 5-minute break.
Need to process this shit.
Reconvene at 11:01.
Yeah.
Very normal, action-packed, not complicated session in the slightest. This is what you signed up for, right, guys?
Just air painting intensifies.
God.
Ow! Fuck.
I'm back.
Hey.
All right. Is everyone here?
I'm here. Are we all present and accounted for?
Hello?
Muda, are you here?
Cyber? Damn.
Oops.
Skeet, skeet, shoot your beat.
Just waiting on Cyber and Muda.
I'm giving them 60 seconds. I did say 11:01, then we're continuing without them. It's kind of ridiculous.
Sandwich.
Fuck it, we're continuing now. This conversation hardly even concerns them. I see no harm in it.
Okay. Plus the recording, anyway.
Yeah.
I did want to speak to Corral.
Alright.
Corral, you believe me to be some pitiful creature with foreshadowed memories imprinted upon it. That can't be true. These feelings, deep within my very soul, scream out. My love for you, my anger of what has happened. They are far too strong to be mere imitations.
If that's true, if you truly are cursed with everything Forsharin has felt, then you too are a victim of Ragni. I see your soul, and I see what remains of Forsharin's soul, clinging to life that is now rapidly dwindling in this pool. You are two, not one. I am certain of this.
This Ragni you speak of, what or who are they?
He is the one who wrought destruction upon us. Who killed, murdered Rosa, and fought the war that brought ruin upon my family, upon our home.
Would the name Ragni be familiar to me in any books that I've read about, like, Highshire's history at all?
Hard no.
You said that Ragni was a human?
Am I really able to recall what subspecies he was?
Roll history. If you look at the exact species, it was a human, but like the actual species is to be denoted. With the dwell, you've lost control over. Are you relinquishing your control over Forsharin's body yet, or are you still holding on?
Oh, as Corral asked to do so?
Yeah.
Yeah,
did ask.
I would have at this point.
All right. I'd say that will be the last semblance of what you can discern as your control is severed over this body. But with its check, you would be able to discern as you think back. And you do recall, Ragni was a dragonborn. White scales.
Yeah. As the connection ends and the body rests at the bottom of the pool, Rin will go ahead and awaken and slip back fully into the suit. And move over here, back in this pitiful one, and speak. They were a human, or more specifically, a dragonborn with white scales.
Dragonborn.
You damn the whole human race over one person.
Oh, by the way, if a minute has passed, Cobweb is small.
Yeah.
All right. I'll update you. It's been more than a minute for sure.
E.
Yeah, just do the Mario size down sound effect.
Damn an entire species on his actions. No. To look at it from a factual standpoint, this perspective, that is illogical. To damn the entire species on the actions of comparatively few. However, from that same perspective, humanity is the only species I have encountered that is capable of such depravity, such depths of cruelty and evil. I do not understand how or why your kind can commit such heinous actions. Is it something seared into your very nature? This capacity and willingness to commit such evil? It sickens
Your
me.
words alone are the reason why some humans act like that. But tossing that aside, the reason why most humans are like that is simply evolution at work. Most of the time.
You claim this degenerate evil is evolution?
Many of us try to fight against it.
Yet we
Many
all
have
get lumped in
succeeded.
the same boat.
We do.
Cobweb is going to approach with the pitter patter of little goblin feet. He's going to walk up to Rin and poke him in the tummy, and he's going to say,
Hey, I don't know what's got you up on your high horse. I don't know much about evolution or anything like that. But listen here. Evil is not innate. Nobody is born evil. We are a product of our circumstances. 9 times out of 10. So, the next time you decide to look down on humanity, I want you to look back at the monster behind those eyes.
and he's gonna pitter patter away.
It's egregious even now looking on his actions. How a one human could destroy so much of their own kind, in addition to my own. Why? An answer I'll never know. Even its own creations, Randy seems to torture even them. I don't know what to make any of this anymore. My only concern was saving Forsharin. I've been at an impasse in this pool for far too long. And the steady decay of its body, thanks to the changing state of the world, has only now been accelerated. I fear nothing can stop that now.
Let Vishanti give you some sage advice, O Old One.
I listen.
This one knows some who want homes, some who want power, some who want love. But there are a few, yes, a few, who can just simply watch as the world burns and be content. Yes, this one knows. This one knows.
What would you all propose? To let the world crumble? To let the beating heart of Helios come to a stop? After all this, was there meaning in any of this?
Oh, we want to do that. That has been the whole goal of Patrol 26. Since the moment we made first contact with Startographer Magnus. since the moment we were soul-bound to this device, as I point to the cartographer core. That has been our one goal, to save Helios.
You wish to save Helios. I fear that not even this pillar alone would be enough. And that's assuming you even have the eldritch knowledge on how to unleash and manipulate the power it possesses. It is clear, none of you possess this. None of you.
We don't hold the knowledge the Startographers do. That is why we seek them out.
You need the eldritch knowledge?
Perhaps. I could never know what it takes to bend the will of these structures. If you intend to find this figure, I would suspect the work it did here. It would want a view to oversee. It would seem that what they did here did have a purpose. Stay ignorant to the results. It doesn't make sense to me. If you're looking for them, perhaps you shouldn't look too far from here.
Well, seeing as we're all revealing weird fucking shit today, I have one idea. Those who can command the Eldritch can command this place, correct?
Your definition of the Eldritch is rather faint at best. What are you insinuating?
Well, thought I could try something different that I'm pretty sure no one else here knows how to do. Not even you.
You sure you want to do this, Garak?
Well, we all want to progress towards a better future, don't we?
She sort of just nods her head.
Then I can give this a try. Perhaps this will be nothing, and I'll just sound like an insane person. Or maybe it will do something, and we will make progress that has never been seen before.
What are you doing?
Well, with that, I guess. I'm gonna see if I can command this place in Eldritch.
Ah, in that tongue of yours. All
I'll
right.
see if anything happens from doing so.
Okay. So, are you speaking in this dialect, just shouting out in an attempt to establish some sort of connection?
I suppose it's a good place to start, yes, and failing that, there's always the fallback on the ritual option.
All right. I will say for this. It's be a rather difficult check. I'm gonna rule it. Just make an Arcana check.
Alright then. I'll give myself a guidance. Let's hope for the best. Is that an Arcana check?
Yeah.
Yes.
And let's roll it. See if anything fun happens. An 18.
You would speak this Eldritch dialect that almost doesn't even sound like your own voice, and everyone else would hear this as your words echo through this sanctum. And as you would complete this, seemingly nothing has changed, but Corral's focus has been entirely fixated on you, as it would hover over you ever closer.
That dialect. Where did you learn it?
From someone older than everyone here, I'm sure.
Do not test me after everything. Where did you learn to speak that tongue?
Being called Gilfoon taught me, in hopes of helping the world. Despite the fact that it betrayed him.
An entity of old.
Yes.
One that couldn't even control its own influence. One just as puppeted by its own power as its followers. A wild card. One that wasn't even accepted by the ideology of genocide when it afflicted all entities across Helios. If you're looking for knowledge for this Gilfun, the Chained One, I strongly suggest you relinquish this ideology. It will bring you nothing but suffering.
With all due respect for both Rin and yourself. And you should know better than anyone, as you just said it yourself. Humanity betrayed me too. And unlike humanity, Gilfoon actually helped. At the very least, I owe it a favor.
Is this favor worth jeopardizing your race? Is it really worth throwing at into the mix?
From our perspective, throwing more into the mix only helps the people who are already here at this point. Doesn't everyone need all the help they can get? Would you rather they go to the other side?
Cyber, mute your
think
mic,
so.
man.
Okay.
So many strings attached to all of you. And you can't even help me. Nor can I help any of you. If you find this Startographer, that will be your own revelation. Until that point, this place serves you nothing. Get out and leave me be. I need to prepare to say goodbye.
Has the cartographer core finished charging at this point?
At this point, it's pretty close. I'll say sure. And I'm assuming you're just intending to show the map.
Yes.
Okay. You would do so as the cartographer core would close shuts, illuminates, and projects. That'll take a minute. That is a 5K image. Damn, no one's loaded it yet.
Oh, I'm almost there.
My PC is like the equivalent to two paper clips and
I can't see shit.
What are you talking about?
I don't see anything. It's just blank inside the circle.
That should not be the case.
Okay.
I guess I'll refresh the page.
Yeah. I'd have to.
How's it looking for everybody else?
Hey,
Big
there we are.
spire. How fun.
Okay, there's the pillar. Alright, I'm seeing stuff off to the side here. These fissures.
You would. There are these channels that wind into the earth in a... almost seems like this series of land formations follow a semicircular pattern.
It's a bit of an oddity among the land.
Wait. There's something off the edge of the map there.
Where?
There. See it?
Looks like a mountain got chopped in half.
There are other... These little pillars I'm seeing right here, do they look similar to the one that was outside the initial pillar that we saw? The one that teleported our two friends?
The thing that teleported two friends was akin to a summoning circle, and these are pillars. Like they're like spires jutting out into the sky. So that's apples to oranges.
Okay.
Also, much like this place, there appears to be more spires.
These floating rocks here too. Something else?
There seems to be these upright crystalline structures that have a shimmer to them. To stand upright much like the spires, these pillars, but much more crystalline. It's kind of hard to make out what that really is until you see it in person.
There's another thing that stands out here now.
What?
Well, we've seen the larger rings already, but what are these ones for? They're much smaller.
They be newer?
Maybe. It's a lot of places we have unknowns for. They all could hold answers.
Fissures.
What of the big hole in that mountain over there?
Seems
Any
to be
points?
of utmost importance.
Oh, you're pointing right here.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
bad.
Seems to be a series of almost rib-like protrusions coming from the mountain that would go into this earth-like channel. Very
Looks pretty
curious.
fucking eldritch to me.
Now,
To be honest, most of this land does.
I will ask the party at large, what are you looking for?
I mean,
Vishanti wants to know, what did you find at the big ring? You said you've been there?
well, we've been through the arcing valleys towards the south, but so far, the rings have just been reacting, creating this auric energy, awakening what would have been non-sentient life into sentience to attack humanity.
And to give you two some reference, also we have a fancy map, by the way. Please do not touch it, you will explode. This is as far as we've managed to come so far, so this is mostly new to us.
Cartographer core contains a great map of Helios within it. Given time to charge, it gives a view, an extended view based on our current position. We're here at the pillar. This is everything for what looks to be about hundreds of miles, almost tens of miles.
we're in.
Yes.
You said you wanted to use that legend lore, yes?
If it can assist us to help corral, then of course.
Well, we know more about this place than we could have ever known being on the outside of it.
Yeah, I'll whip out that legend lore thing now.
I'll go ahead and close the cartographer core and shift it away.
You would do so. You would see that Corral is taking all of this in, unable to really form anything conclusive, judging by their many expressions, before they would eventually speak up again.
If you have nothing further, get out of here. I need to be left alone. I've never been fond of judging humanity, but now I need to rethink everything. It's been difficult, especially since Helios has been shaken. There has been a new presence in my mind. Something in the air, perhaps. Something in the field I cannot perceive. One that intensifies my negativity towards all of you.
Something else is influencing you.
I am beyond being puppeted by something so simple.
But it's attempting to.
Perhaps. I've never been fond of humanity. Not since I've been in here. So these thoughts, even beforehand, I'm not unfamiliar.
Dagny will approach Corral and look them square in the eyes and say, I know that it may not mean much to you. Feel free to take it for what you will. Or don't take it at all, but I feel it needs to be said. I am so sorry for all that you have suffered and for your loss. I don't expect you to help humanity after everything you've been through. But I hope you make the right decision for the sake of Helios.
Of all your kind, all the damage done, words exchanged, I cannot recall a sincere apology from any of them. Until here and now. As if my disposition towards humans wasn't complicated enough. I don't know how to process any of this. Everything that I've amounted to was saving my progenitor, in the hopes that in doing so, perhaps more of my kind, potentially still out there, would rally behind them coming back.
That's the thing about progenitors, though, isn't it? They don't last forever. They die, and whatever power they have left is passed on to their successors, in the hopes that their race becomes stronger.
It seems as though I have no choice but to accept that now. Unless, of course, if you find this Startographer and intend to bring them here. What would you have them do with this place? What would you have them do with Forsharin?
Dagny would look towards Forsharin's old body. I suppose they would do whatever it is your kind does when you lose one of your own. For humans, at least. We hold a funeral, a eulogy. We lay the body to rest. We mourn, we grieve, and then we move on. It's never easy. It's never easy, but it is necessary for the great circle that is life.
Move on to what?
I don't know, to your own happiness, to more successors, to live on, to continue to thrive. That's the great purpose of all life, isn't it? To thrive, survive.
I see your point of view. I'm not sure I can accept it. I require time and isolation.
I understand.
I do not know what has happened. You have said it's almost as if me, this being, is not one, but two. Is there anything more you can tell me to elaborate on this? This confusion is vexing.
You're not the only one overcome with confusion. What you are is not my kind. Your body, it reeks of Ragni. As if the terrible being he is attempted a similar experiment as that damned Startographer to mesh its fallible, entropy-destined body with the immortality of us. A merging of entity and human. It's unnatural.
So you say, as I am now, just an experiment by his hand to take Forsharin's strength and immortality and bind it to a human form. If that is the case, then I do not know what I am.
Nor do I. He was crafty. It wouldn't make sense for this form he wanted to create to possess the memories of his enemy.
I cannot accept that I am nothing more than a failed experiment. All of these memories, these feelings, they're far too real. I know you cannot accept such a thing now, but I am Foshirin. At least partly. I have no other memories, no other existence.
I do not want to hear these words. Why tell me to grieve and move on, only to then tell me this? Enough toying around with me. There is nothing more for you to gain here. Do not make me ask again. Leave this sanctum, and leave me to my own devices. If unless you have some method or someone who can touch this place, do not return.
Dagny will kind of grab Rin's arm and start pulling them along, and will place her hand. Will also try and grab Garrock's arm and kind of pull them away to get so that they can leave.
Yeah, honestly, Rin looks like they just had their fucking soul broken in half at that statement. And they're letting you get dragged along.
Yeah, it looks like Corral is still trying to process everything, and doing so here while staring at all of you doesn't seem to be helping very much, as they very much wish to be left alone, as the portal is awaiting you towards the bottom of the sanctum.
Yeah, I'll motion to Vishanti and Cobweb, and we'll make our way towards the portal to leave.
As you guys pass him, Cobweb just...
No. I think that went better than expected, all things considered.
Could have been worse, but we just need to leave Corral alone and figure out how to get this place under some sort of control. That's all we can do right now.
Shame. I wanted to jot down some of that magic circle.
There's not much we can do, even with the knowledge.
I assume
might be able to
everyone's.
later.
I assume everyone's going for the portal.
Yes.
Yeah, as everyone filters out, Rin's gonna hang back for the last second and just look back. Before turning back and going through the portal.
And through the pillar portal, everyone would go.
All right.
As you would arrive back on the outer sanctum, where the portal would close behind you as everyone comes through. And having left there, we will end the session here.
Oh my god!
Fuck you!
Can I do
That's why you had the fucking visions. Your body was there.
Can I do one thing?
Oh, sure.
As everyone steps out of the portal, I'm gonna wait for Rin, and then when Rin does step out, I'm gonna slap them upside the fucking head.
Oh my god. All right.
And then, I feel like that'll be a fun way to start the session next
Yep.
session.
There'd be a metal tonk, as
Yes.
given he's got the carapace, so it doesn't really hurt per se.
No, it's
but
no intention to hurt him, just
yeah,
just a dunk.
Just a comical dunk coming through, as it would echo through this place. And yeah, that's the end of the session.
God damn it.
I had
What
fun.
a fucking thing to start off with.
Yeah, this was a particularly heavy session I've been crafting for a while, so That was one hell of an intro for you two, but I promise moving forward you'll have you'll have a lot more interactivity moving forward, as things are going to be a lot more even playing field, so you won't have to sit anything out per se.
It's great. I got to do everything I wanted to do. So it's
Hell
like,
yeah,
you know.
dude, you were great. I love your goblin voice.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Well, what is it? Cobwebs. I used to play this build for another campaign that I was in a little while ago. A completely different character, but I used that exact same voice, and that one went on for like 4 years, I think.
Oh my god, you had time to hone that shit.
Yeah.
Damn.
that was 2. So, yeah. I had a lot of fun actually.
Fuck yeah, man. Welcome to Desolate Creation.